In a small town on the outskirts of Backland, find authorized novels and webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. After changing into clean and dry clothes, Klein placed the wet bills on the surface of the table, one by one, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, he moved very carefully and very gently. Even his sneezing and coughing, which were brought by the fever, had been forcefully suppressed. To make sure there were no mistakes, he didn't dry them by controlling a flame. Having done all this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room, where there was a full-length mirror. Klein's black hair was neatly combed in the mirror. He had a pair of dark brown eyes, and his face was thin and angular. He had gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and was beardless. He looked young but also experienced. This was a modification of Zhou Mingrui's appearance, with the traits of a native from the northern continent. Moreover, this was his youthful appearance during university, when he was filled with vigor, one that had yet to be made fat by society. He intended to go back to Backland when things have settled down a little, and then he would get himself a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tingen, he had no shortage of appropriate channels. For example, he had Ian at the Bravehearts Bar, Miss Sharon's Circle, and Detective Isengard Stanton. How nostalgic! Klein whispered. He busied himself with a ritual in the room where the curtains had been drawn. He planned to bring creeping hunger above the grey fog to study it safely. Inside the silent, ancient palace, he appeared at the very end of the long bronze table, leaning back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made of human skin. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the object that required sealing. He immediately felt the hunger of the glove. It was as if it had a stomach that could never be filled, but above the grey fog, it was so tame that it didn't dare let out even the slightest bit of malice. It was like a hunting dog lying there, not daring to move at all. Then, Klein heard cries of indignation and groans of pain. Many distorted, hideous, and grieving faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. These faces were deeply fused with the beyonder characteristics of different colors and different states. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it would combine with the corresponding faces and use the powers it had. This is the way to use it? Together with the help of divination, Klein made one attempt after another and figured out what the 5 souls that the creeping hunger could let out to graze. The first was faceless, but it only had the powers to change his appearance and build. The second was psychiatrist. He could make a target fall into a frenzied state, place a certain amount of psychological cues, and could simulate a dragon's might, intimidating individuals and groups, and creating chaos. The third was interrogator. It allowed the wearer of the glove to be proficient in the use of all kinds of weapons, become a demolition expert, possess the ability to focus his mind, and have the ability to pierce a target's spirit body. The fourth was nightmare. There was only one power, which was to drag someone into a dream without being detected. However, it was unlike a beyonder of the corresponding sequence. It was accomplished by creeping hunger, so the wearer could still move their bodies after entering a nightmare state. The fifth was priest of light. It allowed him to produce a halo-like effect, purifying all undead and foul creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he also had the singing ability of a bard, which could strengthen his companions, as well as summon the light of holiness, which was weaker than flaring sun. The limit is 5 souls, and the powers are fixed when letting them out to graze for the first time. This isn't something I can decide for myself. It's purely based on luck. Maybe there can be 3 or just 1. Klein thoughtfully nodded, sighed, and said to the suffering souls, "No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from your imprisonment to acquire complete deliverance. In the future, the souls I graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such beyonder I kill, I'll replace one of you and release you, regardless of whether I need their powers or not." His solemn but gentle voice echoed within the ancient palace. The wailing souls quieted down, no longer writhing in a hideous fashion. Phew! Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the ancient table with his fingers, and said to himself, "That faceless power's overlap with mine, so it's completely useless. Once I have something to replace it with, I'll release him first. Yes, when the time comes, I can attempt to channel his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I might receive information regarding the high sequences of the seer pathway, as well as clues to the whereabouts of mermaids. No, there's no need to wait for a replacement. In a few days, I can make the attempt when I fully recover from my cold. The soul corresponding to the Priest of Light should be able to complete the incomplete formulas I previously obtained. Furthermore, he'll leave behind the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. That way, little son doesn't need to worry about his subsequent advancements. Yes, he will be the second to be released. As for me needing to feed a human soul and flesh to creeping hunger every time it's used, that's not something I need to pay attention to. I usually wouldn't use it anyway. When using it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there's no lack of lives to cull. Even if there isn't, I can throw creeping hunger above the gray fog and not be worried about its backlash, nor do I need to be afraid of harming the innocent. The worst outcome would it becoming unusable. Putting his thoughts away, Klein tried to use the mystical item, creeping hunger, to divine the formula for the shepherd potion but ended up failing. He didn't divine the origins of creeping hunger, afraid that he would provoke an unfriendly existence. Although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself due to the gray fog's isolation and obstruction, doing so could likely damage creeping hunger. I'll consider trying that out when I no longer need it. Klein leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. He quickly recalled the previous matters and keenly noticed a detail. After the master key was obliterated, its Beyonder characteristic didn't disappear. Instead, it became dots of light, trying hard to converge. It can be assumed that the apprentice characteristic that's formed in the end will no longer contain Mr. Door's roars. In other words, such a method can be used to rid the mental corruption inside a Beyonder characteristic. But the underlying problem is that there's no way to destroy a Beyonder characteristic which has solidified into an item under normal circumstances. Back then, I was relying on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. It needed the prerequisite of a large number of innocent lives. Also, once the all-black eye is shattered, the true creator's mental corruption that's hidden within will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the gray fog? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein remembered what could have happened at East Burrow. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper to make the appropriate divination. After receiving the revelation, his expression sank, and slowly, he leaned back in his chair. Below him, the endless gray fog floated in silence in a seemingly eternal unchanging fashion. Audrey stood by the window, looking at the fog. Mixed with pale yellow and iron-black colors rapidly disperse. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with winter, her heart felt more at ease. After an unknown period of time, she and Susie waited for Earl Hall's eventual return home. "Father, how is it?" Audrey asked with concern. Earl Hall smiled warmly as he handed his coat and hat to an attendant. "It's resolved, but the exact details are still unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals." That's good, that's good. Thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder, thanks to the risky investigation of his adorer. Our tarot club has once again stopped the descent of an evil god and saved the world." Audrey's heart was filled with pride. Earl Hall took the towel from the maidservant's hands, wiped his face, and sighed. However, this time, there were still some serious casualties. To think that Backland's smog could become so deadly. Although the statistics haven't been tabulated, I estimate that more than 10,000 people died in East Burrow, the dock area, and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading, so please try not to leave the house for the time being. More than 10,000 people? That was a statistic Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. Only on the anniversary of the kingdom's founding and during the parade, would she be able to see tens of thousands of people gathered together. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy as her mood suddenly turned gloomy. Daisy stood outside her apartment, watching the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks enter and carry out the bodies. She had long known the outcome. Her expression was numb and her eyes vacant. She subconsciously moved closer to the door. At this moment, the police officer in charge of the cordon stopped her. "Don't go over. Do you want to be infected with the plague?" Daisy stood there as she watched the two bodies being carried out. She saw her mother, Liv, hugging her sister, Xianxia, tightly. They were carried to a cargo carriage that was wrapped in black cloth and temporarily requisitioned. She then watched as they disappeared in front of her eyes as a white cloth covered them. The carriage slowly moved towards the other end of the street. At that moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran at full speed, chasing after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She fell and got up several times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, she was still unable to catch up with the carriage and could only watch it disappear around the corner. Daisy slowed her pace, her body swaying slightly as her expression turned abnormally vacant. She held onto the trees by the street and stared at the place where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she started weeping. "Mother." "Xianxia." The voice was soft, low, sharp, weak, and lingered. At this moment, in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, tens of thousands of people were similarly crying out in grief. Empress Borough, Sodila Palace. Wearing a crown above his resolute face and thin mustache, George III sat on the throne. He stared at the Earl Palatine in front of him without saying a word. "Your Majesty, the people from the three churches are waiting outside for your explanation," the Earl Palatine asked as sweat dripped down his forehead. "Explanation?" Prince Edisac was seduced by a demoness, causing him to collude with a cult and attempt to rebel. That is the explanation. His schemes were exposed, and he has already committed suicide. What other explanations do they need? George III suddenly flew into a rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual solemnity. "You tell them that anyone who obtains the corresponding aristocratic title via any means can get a seat in the House of Lords. The property restrictions needed for elections will be relaxed, and the invalid constituencies will be removed. This is to appease the factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately make their final statement. The relevant bill will soon be passed, and the minimum safeguards and working hours will appear in the form of a law. The poor law shall be reformed in accordance with their requests. The three churches are permitted to send their personnel into the military." "Your Majesty." The Earl Palatine was startled. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flared up again. "Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Earl Palatine didn't dare say anything further and left the palace. George III sat there, unmoving for a long time as though he was a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, his expression suddenly turned gentle. "For 82 ring out the old, ring in the new plus, turn off reset." Morning of the December 31st, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. Emlyn White stood in a kitchen wearing his priest robes, occasionally tossing different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them to a certain extent. After all the pre-prepared ingredients were tossed in, he waited patiently for another 10 minutes. Then, he scooped up the ink-black liquid with a metal ladle and poured it into a glass cup and glass bottle beside him. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine he had brewed. After confirming the quantity, he picked up a large tray and brought the bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. In the hall, more than half of the pews had been removed, and the floor was covered with tattered blankets. Lying within them were victims of the plague who were either in deep sleep or groaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Utravsky worked together, each carrying some of the medicine, distributing it from two ends. The first person in the queue was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up halfway, received the medicine, and drank it. He handed back the bottle and said to Emlyn in gratitude, "Father White, thank you very much. I feel much better and have some strength again." Emlyn lifted his chin and replied disdainfully, this is only an extremely trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant." With that, he sped up the distribution of the potions. After 10 minutes or so, he returned to the altar of Earth Mother and complained to Father Yutravsky, "You should get 2 more volunteers." Father Yutravsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and said with a gentle smile, "They should be completely healed in 2 or 3 days." "How do you know?" Emlyn turned his head in surprise. Father Yutravsky looked down at him benevolently and said, "Herbal medicine is one of the domains of the Earth Mother. As her believer, I do know some of the basics even if I'm not part of the Earth pathway." Emlyn sked. "I'm not interested in religion and know little about it." Although I've been copying Earth Mother's Bible in the recent months, he inwardly added in a slightly resentful tone before saying, "Father, I didn't expect you to accept non-believers in the faith. Among them, only 2 or 3 of them are believers of the Earth Mother." Father Yutravsky smiled without minding what he said. "They are also lives, innocent lives." Emlyn paused for a few seconds, exhaled, and said, "Father, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological cue. Perhaps I will leave this place soon." Wait, why did I mention this? I was actually moved by him. What if he locks me up in the basement again? Emlyn suddenly turned nervous. Father Yutravsky's expression remained unchanged as he looked down and said to Emlyn, "Actually, you didn't need to seek out solutions. In a little while, the psychological cue will be automatically removed, and you will be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral any longer, and I would have become the Mother's, no, Earth Mother's devout believer." Emlyn blurted out. Father Yutravsky raised an eyebrow and said, feeling somewhat surprised, "I didn't compel you to change your faith. The psychological cue I left in you was for you to return to the cathedral every day, hoping that you would be able to fully appreciate the value of life and the joy of a harvest. The only effect of the psychological cue was to make me return to the cathedral?" Emlyn's expression instantly froze. Father Yutravsky nodded frankly. "Yes." Emlyn's mouth gaped as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look back at the altar, looking at the Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life, as if he had become a puppet that very instant. In the evening of the December 31st, 2 Daffodil Street, Tingen City. Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. "I booked second-class tickets for the steam locomotive to Backland on January 3rd. Melissa, who was sitting in the dining room with several newspapers in front of her, worriedly said, "Benson, the air in Backland is terrible. Tens of thousands of people have died from the poison and diseases caused by the smog a few days ago. It's a sad and regretful matter." Benson walked to the dining room, sighed, and said, "But the 2 houses have already passed the report submitted by the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater, so a new Backland will welcome us. You don't have to worry too much." Having said that, he smiled mockingly. "When I came back from Iron Cross Street, I found a lot of factory owners or their employees from Backland recruiting people. They said that due to the smog and plague, the factories there are suffering a shortage in manpower, so they're willing to promise that the working hours and minimum wage will be much better than the current standard." Heh. "You think it's impossible?" Melissa asked. "When more and more people flock to Backland, it will be impossible unless both houses pass the corresponding laws directly." Benson spread his hands and pointed to the table. "Well, it's time to receive the new year." There were 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 empty porcelain plates and 3 cups on the table. 3 cups. 1 for beer, 2 for ginger beer. In the evening of December 31st, dressed to the nines, Audrey stood inside a lounge, waiting for the start of the New Year's party. However, one couldn't see the excitement, exuberance, and joy on her face despite the fact that she was about to become an adult. In front of her was a newspaper. On it was written, "According to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the fog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women." Phew. Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. Just then, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Caitlin, knocked on the door and said in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly breathed out and wore an elegant and beautiful smile. She then walked out of the lounge and entered the party's hall, under the company of her parents. She walked all the way up to the front of the dais and, under the gaze of many, handed her white, muslin-gloved hand to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the dais as they faced all the guests. After a short pause, the Queen smiled and said, "Although this is a dark period in Backland's history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, her etiquette, are all impeccable. Today, I will formally introduce her to you. Lady Audrey Hall." Bang! 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 Outside the window, the fireworks exploded into a dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. In the afternoon of January 3, 1350. On the outskirts of East Borough, in a newly opened cemetery. Using divination, Klein found the graves of old Kohler and Liv. This wasn't a grave in the truest sense of the word, but rather a niche where an urn was stored. They went on, row after row, stacked one above another. Standing there, Klein saw that not only was there no photograph or epitaph on old Kohler's niche, but even his name was missing. Similar situations weren't uncommon. There were too many ownerless ashes whose relatives and friends couldn't be located. Their names, looks, and whatever experiences they had were unknown, nor did they garner the interest of anyone. They were only distinguished by the numbers on the niches. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and carved a word on the niches. Door, Kohler. Then, he added an epitaph: "He was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, and a daughter. He worked hard to live." He withdrew his wrist, and with a shake of his wrist, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and emaciated Klein let the paper burn in his hands, as if it was a memorial service to all the souls residing in the area. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Instead of appearing to help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister, he anonymously wrote to reporter Mike Joseph, describing the girl's predicament in detail, so as not to implicate her in his own affairs. Mike had met Daisy, knew about her, and had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of a corresponding charity fund. Therefore, Klein believed that he could help her receive more help so that she could complete her basic studies and find a stable job that could support her. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names, photos, and even the victims who had those missing. He raised his head, let out a long breath, turned around, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa was engrossed in her textbooks, and Benson was soon chatting with the passengers around him. "It's too expensive, just too expensive. A whole 10 soldi, half a pound." A burly man who wasn't even 30 sighed from the bottom of his heart. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't buy a third-class seat or a boat ticket recently, I wouldn't have spent this money at all. This is equivalent to half a week's worth of my salary." "Indeed, there are too many people heading to Backland after the new year," Benson agreed. The burly man wiped off his heartbroken expression and said expectantly, "Because they promised me 21 soldi a week and that I wouldn't need to work more than 12 hours a day, we signed a contract. When I receive my first payment and rent a house, my wife will come to Backland, and she'll be able to get a good job, a job that pays about 12 or 13 soldi a week. It's said that Backland is in dire need of people. When the time comes, we'll earn a total of over £1.50 a week, and we'll be able to eat meat frequently. Your wish will definitely be achieved. The king has already signed the bill, passing the law for a minimum wage and maximum working hours." Benson sincerely wished him well before smiling. "This is the land of hope. Woo!" The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Backland. The sky was still bright, and the fog in the air had thinned a lot. The gas lamps on the platform were no longer lit that early. Experienced, Benson protected his sister and wallet before leaving the station with their suitcases while following the crowd. Suddenly, they simultaneously felt a gaze sweep past them. Tracing the gaze, Benson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them into the distance. Benson and Melissa also looked away and cast their gaze to the smoky pillars in the garden in the middle of the street as they looked forward to seeing the underground transportation system in Backland. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless look, Klein walked past them with his body kept straight. He entered the departure station, facing the mass of people pouring into the land of hope, people filled with wonderful hopes in their hearts. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. End of the second volume, Faceless. The sky was dark outside the window, but it wasn't the dark fog which Klein was used to. The sea waves rolled in, blowing away all the smog and making the clouds line up in various shapes, reflecting the reddish-gold sunlight. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest port in the Lone Kingdom. Wearing a light vest and white shirt, Klein stood by the window and watched the outside world for a while until his pocket watch urged him to return to the mahogany table. In the warmth of the fireplace, he picked up a black, round fountain pen, unfolded a letter, and slowly wrote. Dear Mr. Azek. Forgive me for not writing to you until today, but for the past few days, I've been wandering in Backland, immersed in the devastation that has been inflicted on this great city by the events of the past few days. If we were ordinary people, perhaps we would have been covered with white cloth and carried to the crematorium, eventually settling in a tiny niche. I've waited for quite a while and finally found an opportunity to retrieve what belongs to me. This includes the card of blasphemy I promised you. In addition, there's another item which I will get the messenger to bring to you as well. It's a copper whistle that can summon a messenger. It comes from a chance encounter of mine, regarding an elder who crawled out of his coffin. I'm sure you're puzzled having read this, as the description I used similarly points to you. This is what puzzles me. This is exactly what happened. I suspect that the original owner of the copper whistle is a member of the numinous episcopate that tries to revive death. Furthermore, his level isn't low. Perhaps you'll be able to tell something from this copper whistle. Before leaving Backland, I will write to the machinery hive mind to describe the massive underground ruin where you fought in Sangwil. I hope that they will be able to figure out the truth with the help of this information. After going through a roundabout and indirect test, I've confirmed that they do not have any enmity towards you and me for the time being. If you're in trouble, perhaps you can try seeking their help. Finally, I have one more question. Is there any way to remove the residual mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic that has already solidified? I am about to set sail. I wish you a smooth journey in finding your memories and a safe journey for myself as well. Your student and friend, Klein Moriarty. Putting down the pen and reading it once more, Klein folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope along with the Dark Emperor card and the copper whistle left behind by the suspected numinous episcopate member. When he was done, he picked up the copper whistle Mr. Azek had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing into it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall, made purely of white bones, its eye sockets burning with black fire. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was another messenger. Sighing secretly, Klein raised his arm and placed the letter into the messenger's lowered palm. The messenger lowered his head to take a look, before quickly disintegrating into bones and drilled into the ground like a torrential downpour. Seeing this, Klein lightly tapped his right molar and deactivated his spirit vision. He returned his gaze to the table, where there was a pale yellow identification card. This was a necessary item required for official purchases of any voyage tickets. For this, he had specially gone to Sharon and obtained a new identity through her circle. This identity was that of a bounty hunter, a lunatic who was eager to go on an adventure at sea to get rich. In accordance with Klein's wishes, his name was Gehrman Sparrow. A hunter of evil. Klein whispered, putting away a series of documents for his new identity. Shortly after, he drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the fog. There was still some time before the tarot gathering, so Klein quickly retrieved Creeping Hunger and wore it on his hand. Closing his eyes, he tried to sense each and every twisted, illusory soul. He attempted to release the faceless. In the real world, creeping hunger would happily consume this gift and spit out the corresponding beyonder characteristic, but above the fog, it didn't dare to act rashly. It allowed the soul of the faceless to leave the glove and appear to the side of the long bronze table. It was a middle-aged man with a blurry face. His twisted and painful feelings seemed to dissipate quite a bit. With difficulty, he bowed at Klein, who was leaning back in his chair. His figure gradually turned dim, almost plummeting beneath the gray fog at any moment. In the majestic palace, Klein could directly communicate without any additional rituals prepared, thus, he extended his spirituality and stabilized the man before saying in a low voice, "Do you know where there are live mermaids?" The man answered in an adrift manner, "Apart from those kept by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, they can only be found by sailing from the Gargas archipelago towards the Sonia Sea for at least a week. That was my destination." So he's also a faceless seeking to advance. In order to seek out mermaids, he had taken the risk to go out to sea. However, he somehow died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos in the end. The Church of the Goddess rears quite a number of mermaids? Klein suddenly asked in realization, "Which organization did you belong to? Or should I say, where did your potion formula come from?" The blurry-faced middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled. It was only 2 seconds later that he spoke up. "The Secret Order. I belong to the Secret Order." "Secret Order? Doesn't the Secret Order rear their own mermaids?" Klein hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have you ever seen your leader, Xeridol?" The illusory and transparent faceless was silent at first, but then he shouted with a sharp voice, "I have. He's abnormal. He's an undying monster." Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. As he spoke, his figure became increasingly thin, almost on the verge of dissipating. As expected, Xeridol is still alive. Just what had happened for a Secret Order member to be so afraid of him? More accurately, I should use him. Klein quickly asked about another key issue, apart from the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and what your Secret Order has, is there anywhere I can get the high-sequence beyonder formulas for the seer pathway? The faceless turned increasingly transparent and more illusory. He finally left the words, "The Church of the Evernight Goddess. Cathedral of Serenity. The Holy Cathedral." Klein silently watched as the faceless spirit body achieved complete liberation as he repeated the words. The Cathedral of Serenity was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, also known as the Holy Cathedral according to the Nighthawks. There really are high-sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway hidden there. I wonder how many secrets the various churches have kept buried and hidden. Sighing, Klein let the dark green glue-like substance, that had formed on the surface of his glove, slide onto the surface of the long bronze table. The faceless beyonder characteristic eventually formed a jelly-like translucent object. In the dark green background, from time to time, there were different faces emerging, like shadows hidden behind dark curtains. Klein took a few looks before nodding indiscernibly. He muttered to himself, "I'll use the world later to get Mr. Hanged Man to sell this beyonder characteristic either to artisans or beyonders who need it." Although he had found a flaw in the official beyonder's surveillance of 15 Minsk Street by means of divination above the grey fog, he didn't return there so as to not provoke them or expose the secrets of his spirit body. Instead, he spent extra money to buy a change of clothing and other daily necessities. All of that amounted to £12. Together with the £8 paid for the documents of his new identity, his wallet was so empty that there was almost no need for it to exist. As for the 10% stake in the bike company, Klein found an opportunity to meet with Isengard Stanton and signed a legal agreement to entrust the matter to him. After all, their relationship wasn't a secret in the eyes of the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. I still have £5 in cash and 5 gold coins. It will cost £4 to head for the Rorstad archipelago, and that's for a third-class ticket at the lower deck. It would take at least £4 to go from the Rorstad archipelago to the Gargas archipelago. I have to quickly sell off the faceless beyonder characteristic. This way, I would be able to afford a second-class cabin and eat decent food. Thanks to Emlyn's suitcase being placed above the grey fog all this time, I've had to buy another one. Klein silently went through his financial situation, feeling as if he had returned to the time when he had just transmigrated, relying on the salary of the Nighthawks before he could even buy a suit. A sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic varies between £3,000 to £4,000. If I encounter someone in desperate need for it, then it can be sold at a premium. But apart from maintaining my living expenses, I have to consider the cost of the Nimblewright Master's supplementary ingredients. I also have to consider the cost of the ritual needed to eliminate the mental corruption. Klein sighed and took out his pocket watch to take a look at it. Seeing that it was about time, he sent a message to Little Sun to prepare for the gathering. Furza's vision turned clear as she saw 3 figures sitting across the long, mottled table. A new member? With a thought, she quickly settled down. At this moment, she didn't care if the Tarot Club had any new members. Her mind was filled with the incident of the smog and plague from last week. She vividly remembered that the world had warned herself and Miss Justice at the last gathering that something huge was brewing in Backland, which could likely bring about a tragedy. Mr. Fool had confirmed that conjecture, and he had further pointed out that the person at the heart of the problem was Prince Edisac. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's abilities and felt that the tragedy needed time to brew, giving her plenty of time to investigate. Who knew that it would come so quickly and so suddenly? Prince Edisac was also reported to have been infected in the haze and unfortunately died. It really happened. It really happened. Thinking back to the contents of the newspapers from a few days ago, she seemed to understand something, but she wasn't sure of it. For a moment, she felt terrified and uneasy. As a Sequence 9, I seemed to have become involved with terrifying matters that involved a huge city, a prince, and tens of thousands of lives just because I'm a member of the Tarot Club. It was only at this moment that the magician, Furs, realized the importance of being a member of the Tarot Club. Then, she heard Miss Justice's usual greeting that lacked her exuberance. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. You saved Backland again." "Ah? What? When was I saved again?" The Moon Emlyn listened blankly. As he thought back to the recent events, the Moon, Emlyn, was quick to associate it with the Great Smog and the plague outbreak, guessing that this was what the lady opposite him was referring to. "But I heard that it was the work of a demoness of despair who was trying to advance herself. Furthermore, the Church of the Lord of Storms responded quickly, creating a hurricane to blow everything away. How could it be said that the Fool saved Backland?" Emlyn, who had an entire clan behind him, was quite well informed. Upon doing the comparison, it was hard for him not to be surprised and confused. Although he had always been proud and didn't wish to spend time on social interactions, he still felt an instinctive fear when faced with a hidden existence that he had to address with he. He didn't dare to open his mouth to ask and decided to listen for a while. Alger, even though he was drifting out at sea, had received news of the Great Smog in Backland. He was interested in the secrets and the truth behind it, confident in the belief that this was definitely a struggle between deities. After all, it had attracted the attention of Mr. Fool. "I'll ask Miss Justice when we exchange information. However, she might not be too sure of the details. It's rather impossible for her to know too many details based on her standing. She has great curiosity." To open up with such a greeting, she would definitely attempt to get an answer from Mr. Fool, hoping to get an answer. "I hope that I have the opportunity to listen in from the side." With this in mind, Alger turned his head to look at the sun. Seeing how he wasn't anxious but calm and reserved, he knew that the City of Silver's exploratory team had already broken out from the fate of repeating their lives. Similarly, Audrey, who had figured out that the operation was successful from reading Little Sun's reaction, heaved a secret sigh of relief. She prepared herself to understand what had happened later in detail. After a solemn bow towards Mr. Fool, she thanked the seemingly unkind Tarot Club member, the World, for his advance warning. "Mr. World, if it wasn't for your advance warning, then perhaps tens of thousands of people would have died in Backland during this Great Smog. In truth, I was also doing it to save myself." Klein controlled the World to give a hoarse laugh. He said it with sincerity and without any trace of acting, Because if it wasn't for Miss Justice, who was notified in advance and warned the Church of the Evernight Goddess, then the powerful existence who erased Mr. A wouldn't have arrived in time, and he himself might not have been able to hold on for long. If Mr. A had disintegrated me and ate me, then perhaps I might not have a chance of reviving. Klein thought in appreciation. Mr. A's feasting would literally be feasting. Immediately after, as the fool, he leaned back in his chair and responded with a smile, "All I did was provide some trivial help." "No, your adorer really helped save Backland. His contribution is the greatest amongst everyone," Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. His warning allowed the goddess, the Church of the Evernight Goddess, to make preparations, wiping out the demoness of despair in a timely manner and preventing the primordial demoness from awakening. It allowed the contamination of the Great Smog to be kept under control. Furthermore, he even destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual, preventing the attempted descent of the true creators once again, keeping him at bay from the real world. Audrey received unanimous praise by Earl Hall and his wife for providing the most important information. They hadn't concealed the results of the investigation and some of the details they had gathered from her. Of course, they also raised their wish as parents that their daughter wasn't to get too involved with that secret organization. It would be enough if she stayed in the outer circle and gathered some information, then maintained her strength below that of Sequence 7. The primordial demoness awakening. The true creator's attempted descent. What exactly happened in Backland? At the same time, Alger and Emlyn had the same reaction, but their expressions were different. The former only slightly raised his eyelids as his pupils contracted, unconsciously sitting to the side a bit, while the latter gave the illusion that he was about to jump up. "Mother, no, esteemed moon, when did Backland become so dangerous?" Two evil gods had actually made their appearance during the Great Smog. Is that young lady lying? Even though Mr. Fool is an existence suspected of being a deity, it's also impossible that he would simultaneously offend two entities of the same level, right? Could it be that he is actually the incarnation of a true god? Or is there an alliance of deities behind him? Is that why the ancestor asked me to pray to him? The more Emlyn thought about it, the faster his heart beat, but it was impossible for him to receive verification. The fact that Sanguine had the nickname vampire didn't mean that they didn't have a heartbeat. It was just that they were relatively slow, and the heart itself was one of the Sanguine's fatal weaknesses. Indeed, it's an event that had attracted the attention of Mr. Fool. But, what benefits could he gain from sabotaging the evil god's plans? Alger sighed inwardly. Furs was surprised and frightened. She didn't expect that the horrible Great Smog that had taken the lives of tens of thousands of people would conceal an even more horrifying truth. If it hadn't been stopped in time, the whole of Backland would have been destroyed, and Zio and I wouldn't have survived. Fur swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Her feelings were similar to Audrey's feelings as well. Through this matter, this young noble lady clearly understood one thing, which was that the life she believed to be peaceful and calm was like a soap bubble amidst a clash between deities. Just a slight perturbation could immediately pop it into nothingness. Or it could be said that the entire kingdom, the entire human society, exists only because of the balance between the deities, and this balance is extremely fragile. Every time a similar thought gushed to her mind, Audrey felt a wave of grief wash over her. Klein was pleased when he saw that someone knew and remembered his contribution. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, he has to stay away from Backland as a result." "Mr. Fool's adorer has to temporarily leave Backland?" Audrey stood up again and sincerely bowed. "Please convey my gratitude to him." Klein maintained his image without giving a reply other than nodding his head. At this moment, Audrey added, "I'm very sorry, as the three churches and the military are cleaning up Backland, I was unable to get the follow-up pages to Roselle's diary. Please wait one more week." "Sure," Klein said in a flat tone. Hearing their conversation, Furs was startled as she hurriedly looked to the end of the long bronze table and said, "Dear Mr. Fool, I received 3 pages of Roselle's diary." "Not bad. More members mean more channels, and many things snowball quickly." Klein gently nodded. "Very good. Roselle's diary?" Emlyn felt as if he had heard something extraordinary again. Under his puzzled gaze, Furs conjured 3 pages of the diary and passed them on to Mr. Fool. Only then did Klein remember that he had missed introducing a particular vampire. Smiling, he introduced, "This is a new member, Mr. Moon. This gathering is called the Tarot Club." "They are." "Mr. Moon, I thought it would be a lady who would choose the moon." Audrey greeted politely while her thoughts scattered. Similarly, Emlyn wondered whether the members such as the Hanged Man and Justice were humans or transcendent creatures, which pathways they were from, at which sequences, from which organizations, or if they were friendly to the Sanguine. Klein didn't care about them sizing each other up as he cast his gaze to the diary entries in his hands. February 11th. Today, I found out about a secret of the Sauron family. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die from laughter. Ha ha ha. So it turns out that the hunter pathway that they possess will change gender at sequence 4. Men wouldn't change, but women will change into men. It's no wonder that none of the high sequence beyonders of the Sauron family that I'm aware of are female. The iron-blooded knight is indeed a true man. Ha ha ha, if it wasn't for how sensitive the secret was, then I would even feel like ridiculing Florin next time. The Sauron family ancestor that he looks like might have been a woman. This potion is way too much of a trap, isn't it? I hope the savant pathway wouldn't have any strange changes upon reaching the high sequences. I don't want to one day suddenly realize that I either don't advance, or I have to change into a woman. The first thought that flashed through Klein's mind at the sight of this diary entry was, "Emperor, you won't become a woman, but you will do it with a demoness, perhaps more than one." Indeed, there's a pathway that changes women to men. Furthermore, it's within the ones I expected. Hunter represents war, causing women to change genders at sequence 4. This is a little odd. The demoness pathway changes at sequence 7, which it doesn't actually strictly correspond. Klein felt the warped and feeling of madness even more acutely. It was a result of the extreme asymmetry. Could it be that the underlying logic of this world is chaos, distortion, madness, and asymmetry? He tried his hardest not to frown. February 12th. This won't do. I want to laugh whenever I see Florin. Ha 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 ha. February 15th, the modified artillery I designed and supervised was completed. The effect was worse than I expected, but the problem isn't that great. With it and mass production, I'll be able to show the world what true advanced tactics are. In order to celebrate, I decided to hold a banquet to invite those fellows who looked down on me. Just wait to be slapped in the face. The Emperor truly doesn't let a grudge go. While sighing, Klein turned to the second page of the diary. May 5th, that unspeakable organization called for another gathering. I'm struck by the way they gather their members every time. It's phenomenal, no, a miracle. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. With my earlier observations, I raised some problems at this gathering. For example, all the sequence 0 names have a high enough level on the blasphemy slate. Only Red Priest appears rather unique. It doesn't sound strong enough. The old gentleman sitting beside me told me that red represents the red of war. And priest can be understood as the ritualist of strength at its core. Someone objected, believing that the priest in red priest represents being a priest of that creator. I leaned towards the former and asked for the name of the old gentleman in a low voice. I didn't know the identity of every member. To put it in an extreme manner, I only know a portion of them. The old gentleman answered me with a smile. He said his name was Hermes. Hermes? The Hermes who created the language of ancient Hermes? Hermes, the founder of humanity's mysticism? Hermes? That's an ancient powerhouse. Klein frowned slightly. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. With his solid knowledge of mysticism, he was well aware of the era in which the old gentleman who had created the language of ancient Hermes had been active. That is during the second epoch when the giants ruled the land and the dragons soared through the skies. In a particular sense, he appeared before the god of combat and the Earth Mother in human history. In other words, even little son, who didn't know the 7 gods before joining the tarot club, would likely know of the name Hermes. Yes, I should find a chance to confirm this using the world. That old gentleman had personally experienced the period when early humans tested the potions themselves, slowly seeking the thorny path of the powers of a beyonder, one step at a time. He had used Jotun and Dragonese as blueprints, and standing on the shoulders of the pioneers, he created a beyonder language that belongs to humans. He probably saw the first blasphemy slate. He actually survived until the time of Emperor Rosal, and he might even be alive until now. This is a living fossil of human mysticism. Klein felt a surge of emotions. On the other hand, he felt the terror of the Twilight Hermit Order. It even had Hermes as one of its members. As for the other secret organizations, or even internally to the 7 churches, they will often use ancient Hermes to perform sacrificial rites and rituals. The Twilight Hermit Order is really high-end, grand, and of a high level. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What he envied most wasn't the existence of Hermes, a legend who lived throughout human history, among the Twilight Hermit Order, but the fact that they possessed the second blasphemy slate. This is simply cheating. Klein sighed at the thought of how the Tarot Club only had 1 out of the 22 cards of blasphemy. He turned his focus back to the paper and continued to read the remaining entries of the diary. Heavens! The old man sitting next to me who looked so ordinary and nothing special was actually Hermes. He lived from the dark second epoch all the way to the beyonder decline of the 5th epoch. I made the right choice joining this organization. I can see my bright future, not using 3 exclamation marks to describe my feelings right now just isn't enough. This bunch of big shots, these undying old bastards, are all gathered together because they believe in the opinion that Twilight is approaching? No, it's definitely not the case. At least, I'm not. There must be people among them who passionately believe in those ideals, purely waiting for the original creator to awaken, hoping for the progress of history to develop to that note as predicted. According to my understanding, it's most likely not an awakening, but a resurrection. But there can't be more than half of those people. The rest are people having their own goals, either they're ambitious like me, or they're just lurking snitches. Wait a minute, I thought of a problem. I quickly joined the gathering after I agreed to the secret invitation, but I didn't undergo any scrutiny, and although the person who called for the gathering said that the members of this gathering had their differences and had to vote for me to join, barely allowing me to join after a majority vote of 2/3, but that's not the point. The point is that they don't care if I believe in the idea that Twilight is coming, nor do they mind me having all sorts of thoughts. What are they relying on to determine that I won't bring harm to this organization? Could there be a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway among them, one that reaches the level of an angel? He had created a secret psychological cue in me through my verbal promise without me realizing it. And that they're confident enough to discover the hidden malice of its members? That might be possible, but thinking about it makes me shudder. In addition, without permission, once the name of that organization is mentioned to the outside world, it will be immediately noticed. They even gave me a few examples of former members who were eliminated. Writing on paper or in a newly created language wouldn't do as well. Let me think. Sequence 2 of the spectator pathway is discerner while sequence 1 is author. Who among them fulfills the corresponding traits? Yes, I have a preliminary suspect, the person who convenes the gathering. Yes, there's also sequence 0 of the spectator pathway. Its name is visionary. But I don't believe anyone here has reached the level of a true god. Otherwise, there's no need to hide behind the scenes. Of course, they might have divine items at the sequence 0 level or the uniqueness of a particular pathway. Perhaps it's what creates this realistic dreamscape that can connect the east and west shores of the continent while having the ability to react the moment its name is mentioned. I didn't think too much into it back then. Amidst my shock, I asked about a few other matters, such as why the term authority is used in the description of deities. Old Mr. Hermes gave an interesting answer. When he saw this, Klein realized that the diary page had already reached its end. He quickly turned to the next page, But he quickly turned back because the following page didn't connect to the previous page at all. Where's the answer? Is it on the next page of the original diary, or was he too lazy to write it because it's too long? Or he felt that there's no need to jot it down in the diary? Klein was so frantic that he wanted to transmigrate and grab Roselle by the neck to get him to tell him what Hermes had said. Of course, he didn't show any signs of emotion on the surface, nor did he make any additional body language. So the spectator pathway sequence 0 is called visionary. This corresponds well with the dragon of imagination. I thought it would be dragon. Visionary adheres more to what humans know, which also means that consuming the corresponding sequence 0 potion wouldn't necessarily change one into a dragon. Sequence 1 author. Just from the name of the potion, I find it quite similar to that quill, 0-08 traits. The Twilight Hermit Order's method of summoning members is a realistic dreamscape that connects the eastern and western ends of the continent. The miracle description at the beginning of the diary gave me a fright. I thought they had the gray fog or the mysterious space above the gray fog as well. Klein calmed his emotions and discovered that the single diary page provided a lot of important information. First of all, he knew that the ancient sage, Hermes, had at least lived to Roselle's era, which was about 100 or 200 years ago, and he was a member of that mysterious organization. Second, from Roselle's description of how the organization's name couldn't be spoken, he basically confirmed that the mysterious organization was equal to the Twilight Hermit Order. Finally, he learned the Sequence 0, Sequence 1, and Sequence 2 names of the spectator pathway. Although they wouldn't be needed anytime soon, they enriched his accumulated knowledge of mysticism. Perhaps Miss Justice would ask the relevant question at any time. Her curiosity had always been strong. Forcing himself to forget the missing answers, Klein turned to the last page. As he read, Audrey habitually observed the details, and she acutely noticed that the Dark Emperor card, which Mr. Fool had placed face down on the long mottled table, was missing. He gave it to an adorer to provide the appropriate help, where he exchanged items with some existence. Audrey blinked, trying to guess the reason. She was more inclined to the first theory, because without the help of Mr. Fool, his adorers wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the ritual for the descent of the true Creator. It's a pity that Father is unable to see the detailed file, otherwise, I would know who Mr. Fool's adorer is. He's a man of medium height, dressed in Lone's most popular double-breasted frock coat, and he had been near Red Rose Manor at the time. I should be able to lock onto a target by using this information as a basis for investigation. But that might anger Mr. Fool. He hasn't permitted me to expose the identity of his adorer. Audrey, don't think too much. Don't be curious. Perhaps you'll meet in the future. Audrey retracted her gaze. At this moment, Klein felt like laughing because of the contents of the last page. March 16th, my first time attending a noble ball in this world. The young ladies and madams are a lot better than I imagined. In the novels I read, they didn't bathe in the Middle Ages and relied on perfume to mask their disgusting body odor. They would frequently step on feces when they were out, and easily smeared their faces with things that are laced with poisonous heavy metals. But it's different here. They love to take baths. They have charming perfumes, fair skin, and tight waists. Most of them have pretty good figures. I overcame my nervousness and had a nice chat with the young daughter of Viscount Darilos. We talked about the meritorious deeds of my ancestors, talked about my family's estate, and my present aristocratic title. Then, she politely mentioned that she wanted to get something to eat. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time since hitting on chicks needed to be taken slow, but when I went downstairs to take a walk in the garden, I found her in an empty study F***King with the eldest son of Earl Florice. F***K. This is their first time meeting each. Is it me, Huang Tao, Roselle, who isn't good-looking enough? Or am I not entertaining enough? How realistic. Fortunately, the madams have treated me quite well. I can sense the hidden passion within them, hee. Roselle really wasn't used to the Inta style at first. According to historical records, the Gustav family had been on the decline for several generations, with only their aristocratic title of baron and a little property estate to their names. This lasted until Roselle made his fortune. I didn't expect the emperor to have a woman snatched away. Wait, I remember Roselle mentioning in his diary that he had done it with Countess Florice. Impressive. Impressive. Klein looked down at the 2 remaining diary entries. They were of no value and were accounts of Roselle's life in the manor. The entire content was him wanting to hunt, his missing of delicacies, as well as his hopes of obtaining beyond her powers and beautiful maidservants. Klein leaned back a little, allowed the diary pages to disappear from his hands, and said with a smile, "You may begin." Audrey immediately looked at the sun diagonally across from her. "Have you extricated yourself from the cycle?" Derek nodded honestly first before bowing towards the end of the bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your guidance. It allowed me to find the key point of the Angel of Fate on the mural with the words Rose Redemption. It aided the chief in destroying the repeated cycle of fate." "What Angel of Fate?" "I don't know anything." The very puzzled fool, Klein, replied with a smile, "Not bad. Author's note, don't be eager to say Dragon of Nightmare or Dragon of Imagination. It contains an important setting." Emlyn was similarly confused. Words like Rose Redemption, Angel of Fate, and destroying the repeated cycle of fate were beyond his understanding. He only felt that he could understand every word, but had no idea what they meant when placed together. Could it be that the young son had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? Emlyn guessed from the small amount of information he could understand. After Derek thanked Mr. Fool, the hanged man shifted his position slightly, leaned slightly towards him, and kicked off from Miss Justice's question. He said in a normal tone, "What was the exact sequence of events?" Derek didn't hide anything and honestly replied, "Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Magician, and Mr. World, thank you for your concern, and thank you for the suggestions you previously gave me. In my 6th exploration, I tried." He described his actions and the corresponding results, highlighting the matter that the little boy, Jack, came from Enmat Harbor and the details of the Rose Redemption murals. Enmat Harbor. That strange little boy, Jack, is really from the Lone Kingdom. In other words, the forsaken land of the gods, where the City of Silver is somehow connected to the northern and southern continents in some way. As long as one finds the right place, they'll be able to enter. Klein seemed to be listening leisurely, but he had made a judgment in his mind. Enmat Harbor was located to the east of Tingen City and was one of the most famous seaports in the central region of the Lone Kingdom. Together with Pritz Harbor to the south, they supported the resupply of more than half of Baklan's goods. The spirit medium, Mam Daly, had once settled there, and Mr. Z of the Aurora Order seems to be there as well. Klein recalled something from the past. The same judgment also appeared in the minds of Alger, Audrey, and Furs. Towards this, some of them had pure excitement, others filled with curiosity and worry, fearing that the all-consuming darkness around the City of Silver would continue to spread, eventually enveloping both the northern and southern continent and the 5 seas. The chief told me that he recalled some unverified content recorded in some ancient books, based on matters that had happened and my warning. Rumor has it that when the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God had his attention on this piece of land, he had several angels surrounding him. And there were 8 leaders of the angels, powerful beings that were closest to God's throne. Among them included the Son of God. Derek recalled Demon Hunter Collins' words and slowly said, he suspected that Amon is the angel of time among the kings of angels, and the mural depicted the angel of fate, tail devourer Ouroboros. 8 kings of angels? The 8 kings of angels who were closest to the Creator's throne? Audrey was inexplicably excited when she heard this. She couldn't help but curiously ask, "Mr. Sun, what are the titles of the other 6 kings of angels and their names?" The chief didn't say, nor did I dare to ask. Derek replied, ashamed. "I really want to know the answer." Audrey subconsciously looked towards the end of the long bronze table, looking longingly at Mr. Fool who was shrouded in grey fog, hoping to get the appropriate answer. She had already decided on the price she was willing to pay. "Why are you looking at me?" "I don't know either." Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth. Of course, he wasn't completely clueless. He could barely guess who two of the kings of angels were. The evil spirit in the underground ruin had described the Medici family as one of the founders of Rose's redemption. According to that mural, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, is likely one of the leaders of Rose's redemption. Both basically have equivalent standing, which is to say that the Medici family possesses a king of angels, but it cannot be determined if he has already perished. The Medici family is suspected to be in control of the Hunter pathway, which is the Red Priest pathway. That King of Angels title should be Red Angel or Angel of War. Since the Son of God is a King of Angels, Ammon is one of them, being Angel of Time. Then Adam might not be one, but I can't confirm his title. As for the other 4 Kings of Angels, I can't guess who they are. Perhaps, there might be one or a few of them inside the Twilight Hermit Order. It's possible. The Twilight Hermit Order views the fallen creator as its enemy, making it at odds against Rose's redemption, which worships that evil god. Perhaps its true origin comes from those few kings of angels. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Right, there's indirect evidence which isn't substantial enough. According to the legends of the City of Silver, the authority of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, was taken back by the Creator. Logically speaking, it's not impossible for the Lord that created everything to give a portion of the authority to a king of angels by his throne. And from the description and guesses from Roselle's diary, the Twilight Hermit Order likely has a spectator, which has the strength at the level of an angel in the visionary pathway or even higher. The two can form a correspondence. Hermes is a person who had experienced that piece of history. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein smiled and said, "You will come into contact with it in the future. When I figure it out, I'll sell you the appropriate information," he added inwardly. Seeing that Mr. Fool had no intention of answering, Audrey looked away with a slight sense of loss, motioning little son to continue his story. Alger had a bold idea. The history before the cataclysm can no longer be referenced. At the end of the 3rd epoch and the beginning of the 4th epoch, there were only the 6 orthodox gods. Together with Ammon and the Tail Devourer, aren't there 8? They had benefited from the death of the Creator and succeeded in advancing to sequence 0? For a moment, Alger felt that his thoughts were blasphemous actions that could be punished by fire, but he was also unable to contain his excitement. He finally calmed down and concentrated on listening to little son tell his story. Towards all of this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank look. For all this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank expression. Although the Sanguine had a long history and lifespan, so they knew quite a bit about the history before the cataclysm, they were all concentrated before the ancestor fell asleep, and it didn't involve the so-called Kings of Angels. While Derek was recounting the details of how the City of Silver, Chief Colin, destroyed the repeated cycles of fate, Klein was thinking of another matter. It can be roughly confirmed that the Tail Devourer, Ouroboros, is the sequence 1 snake of Mercury of the monster pathway. All the Kings of Angels correspond to sequence 1s? Could that Angel of Fate be the one pursuing Wuxia? If he is, that means that the true Creator's forces in Backland aren't limited to Mr. A and his subordinates. However, the 2 snakes of Mercury are fighting for the position of sequence 0, to the point of draining all of the Tail Devourer's strength. He should be fully occupied and cannot spare time for this. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that Wuxia is equivalent to Ouroboros. However, the chances aren't high. Rose's redemption has quite a number of demigods and even angels. There's no need to let the Tail Devourer restart his life as an ordinary person without protection. There's another possibility. The 2 snakes of Mercury in Backland aren't the Angel of Fate. The latter is still active in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. That way, all 3 snakes of Mercury are accounted for. After finishing his recount of how they escaped the cycle, Derek expressed his gratitude once again. As for Audrey and company, despite listening to the repeated events a second time, it still left them shivering down to their bones, filling them with curiosity and fear. This is beyond my knowledge of Beyonder powers. It's all thanks to the help Mr. Fool gave. Audrey sincerely praised the Tarot Club's master from the bottom of her heart, feeling full of confidence. Alger and the others had similar thoughts as her. They all thought that the repeated cycles of life were close to a miracle that could only be destroyed by a deity. Fortunately, the master of the Tarot Club was a deity. Mr. Fool was a deity. At that moment, Derek looked opposite him and sincerely said, "Miss Magician, due to some unexpected circumstances on our return to the City of Silver, despite it having been resolved, we have slowed down. It will prevent us from returning to the City of Silver on time. Your Spirit Eater's stomach pouch will require another day or two." "Yes, I believe I'm no longer under surveillance." "No problem, I can wait. I've prepared enough gold," Furs said as she let out a sigh. She had sold the mirror dragon's eyes to Miss Justice and had received £1,000 in cash. After informing her teacher, Dorian, of the exact results, her honesty had been praised and approved. Dorian told her that the £800 offer had been made in order to give her about £100 in labor fees. As such, the extra £200 would be a bonus for her. In other words, she had earned £300. Together with her original savings, she now had a total of £650, which was enough to buy the stomach pouch of a spirit eater. With this, Dorian trusted her a lot and revealed a lot of information regarding ingredients. "It will take me at least 2 weeks to digest the rest of the potion. I'm not in a hurry." Looking diagonally across the table, Furs said, "Mr. Hanged Man, there's news of the dragon-eyed sea condor you require. £2,200. Dorian had given a reference price of £2,000. On the one hand, Furs had allowed room for bargaining, and on the other hand, wished to earn a little more. £2,200. Alger couldn't help but frown. His financial situation wasn't looking good after he purchased the wind-blessed potion formula. Although he still had some secret savings, they were either of use elsewhere, or he hadn't been able to find a buyer for a long time. Phew. He secretly let out a sigh and calmly said, "Very well, but I'll need some time to collect the funds. In addition, yours is too expensive, I have many channels to get cheaper ones." £1,900. That's the highest price I can accept. No, £2,000. That's the bottom line. Furs replied without hesitation. She was afraid that if she made too high an offer, then the other party would give up the deal. Alger immediately nodded. "Deal. This?" Furs was somewhat stunned. After listening by the side and witnessing the conclusion of a deal, Emlyn thought and eagerly asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know how a sanguine can improve their strength without relying on the bestowment of their elders?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt numerous gazes land on him. "Sanguine? Is that the vampires of legends?" Audrey's eyes sparkled as she studied Mr. Moon. And as a novelist, Furs no doubt had all sorts of beautiful or exotic fantasies of the sanguine, and her eyes were just as bright. "Sanguine?" Alger was taken aback at first, but he soon relaxed his brows. "A vampire hiding in the darkness, covered in pus, while moving like the wind?" Derek couldn't help but look sideways to size up Emlyn. "Sanguine?" The world was late by a second before giving a normal, necessary response. The moment he was being stared at, Emlyn was momentarily at a loss, vaguely aware that he had asked something he shouldn't have. "Why are you looking at me like that? Can't I have a sanguine friend? Should I try to explain?" "No, what's wrong with being a sanguine?" "I'm a sanguine, there's wrong with admitting that. Us sanguine have a long history, long lives, and rich heritage. It's a lofty race. None of you are especially amazing either. What was just traded was only a sequence 6 item at best." After a few thoughts, Emlyn White raised his chin and proudly added, "Yes, I am a pure sanguine." No one asked him if he was. Mr. Moon is lacking some self-confidence, which resulted in him reacting a little excessively. Audrey read Emlyn's performance. "He's really a sanguine." Furs asked out of curiosity, "Mr. Moon, do you sanguine mimic humans and give aristocratic titles like Duke, Viscount, Earl, and Baron to label different powerhouses of different standing?" No, it's you humans who mimicked us sanguine. Emlyn sat up straight. Long before the cataclysm, long before the second epoch, our sanguine already had these aristocratic titles. Those who have yet to fully control their strength are underage sanguine, and as for me, I'm considered an adult. Going one step further, one will gain the title of Baron and the progression leads all the way to Duke. Above Duke would be positions such as Queen and Prince. Back then, you humans were still under the rule of the giant king's court, so it's impossible for you to invent aristocratic titles. The moment his voice fell, the nearby Derek blurted out, "There are no such records in the history of our city of Silver." The categorization of the sanguine was determined by the appearance of the blasphemy slate. Prior to that, it was very vague and ambiguous. There were only titles such as the different family clans head or leaders of a territory. Standing atop all is the ancestor, Lilith. After that, it strictly followed the potion system, named after the different sequence names. Emlyn replied scornfully, "The history of our sanguine was written with our long lives. It's not something that can be overturned by the random records of some small, ordinary city of Silver." Wait, they keep mentioning the city of Silver. Where exactly is it? Why haven't I heard of it? After the retort, Emlyn realized that he had apparently overlooked something important. Our city of Silver doesn't make up history. Our records come from ancient books that can be verified or from the ruins of other cities, Derek emphasized, somewhat aggrieved. If no one stops them, then I think they can argue about this matter until the end of the gathering. Although Little Sun is honest, sincere, and reserved, he has a very stubborn and persistent personality. On the other hand, Mr. Moon seems to care especially about the history of the sanguine. Audrey did her daily observations as a telepathist with piqued interest. At this moment, Alger interrupted the discussion between the sun and the moon. "I know how to raise the strength of a sanguine." Emlyn's attention was diverted. Mr. Hanged Man, what payment do you need? I can use some of the lost history our sanguine has in exchange." Alger revealed a smile. "No, we're all members of the Tarot Club. This kind of information exchange is free of charge." Mr. Hanged Man sure is a generous, noble man. Emlyn inwardly made a preliminary assessment. "Thank you for your goodwill." After thinking for 2 seconds, Alger said, "The sanguine can also consume potions to advance, but it has been correspondence, the correct type. The various churches have done a certain amount of experimentation, and the results have proven that this method is feasible. However, I am unable to find out the exact details. But the main ingredient for those potions are from my kinsman." Emlyn denied such a method. The Hanged Man laughed and said, "Never deal with absolutes. For example, I have a clue about the characteristics left behind by a sanguine baron. He died in a sudden conflict and didn't have time to find his successor. As for you, you can use the potion method to receive this inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost." This item was owned by a great pirate that Alger knew. As he didn't know what sequence the potion corresponded to, he hadn't been able to sell it. Even his newly established artisan source wasn't that interested either. Use potions to inherit an inheritance to prevent the sanguine's powers from being lost. Emlyn suddenly felt that Mr. Hanged Man was very reasonable. Hence, he asked, "What's the price?" Alger chuckled and said, "Between 4,000 and 5,000 pounds. I won't know for sure until I find the owner of it." He had never communicated with the great pirate before, but he believed that as long as the price wasn't outrageous, the pirate would accept it. To a pirate, selling something would mean profit as it didn't take much capital. 5,000 pounds? Emlyn exclaimed. "With such a large sum of money, I can buy a few puppets that I've been eyeing for a long time, and I can even get some new clothes for all my dolls." Emlyn's first reaction was to give up such a transaction. However, he thought of the ancestors' favor in him, the glory of the sanguine, and the identity of him being the race's savior. He was momentarily put in a difficult position. Alger didn't rush him as he said indifferently with a smile, "I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time and think about it." "All right." Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Hanged Man is really Audrey muttered to herself inwardly, turned to the moon, and said to all the members, "Lady and gentlemen, do you have any news regarding the fruit of the tree of elders and the blood of a mirror dragon?" Yes, Emlyn answered without hesitation. He had previously made a fortune due to a particular detective's purchase of Beyonder ingredients, therefore, at every sanguine gathering, he would pay attention to such information. Without waiting for Miss Justice's exuberant pressing, he continued on, "The price of the fruit of the tree of elders is between 600 and 700 pounds, and the blood of a mirror dragon doesn't exceed 100 pounds. I don't remember the exact amount." He quoted her the original price and frankly added, "But you'll have to pay me an extra 50, no, 100 pounds. As you know, I'll have to take on a risk and waste my time." This was what Emlyn learned from Sherlock Moriarty. He felt that this was very good and reasonable, because a middleman needed to be paid. Deal. Audrey happily chose to accept as soon as he finished speaking. She knew such matters could still be negotiable, but she didn't think it was necessary. She was afraid that the deal was off if she angered the other party. "To me, the most important thing is to advance to sequence 7. Emperor Roselle once said that any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem." Audrey's recently heavy mood improved. After the New Year ball, she had received control of her fortune worth 40,000 pounds. She just needed to hire some accountants and management staff sent by her father. At the same time, she received gifts of more than 20,000 pounds in jewelry, horses, hounds, paintings, etc. Most of them came from her mother, 2 elder brothers, and other members of the Hall family. As for the cash, she didn't have much. It was only 5,000 pounds. Her contribution to the Backlands' Great Haze had been turned into Earl Hall's political resources by her own request to be kept anonymous, so there was no reward. For this, the great aristocratic banker offered to pay for any expenses his little angel had in the field of mysticism. Of course, Audrey didn't dare reveal her intention to aim for sequence 7. She could still only use her pocket money and savings. "Well, I'll be able to pay off my debt to Klein by this month. Next month, I can pay 2,000 pounds to Mr. Fool's adorer. I won't be tight at all." Audrey thought in a good mood. Very rich. Emlyn almost failed to react before asking, puzzled, "How do we complete the deal?" Audrey explained with a faint smile, "By making a sacrifice to Mr. Fool." She was very proactive in obtaining the Fool's consent, conjuring the corresponding ritual requirements. When Emlyn received the 2 goatskin parchments, he stared at them in a daze. The way they traded was beyond his imagination. Only then did he deeply understand how the Tarot Club was different from a normal secret organization. Watching the transactions between the members, Klein was very pleased. This was because with the passage of time, the channels and resources that were open to the Tarot Club would continue to increase. Everyone's goals and items that they wanted would be much simpler to obtain than in the past. It would no longer be in a state of having no response when making requests. Miss Justice represents the psychology alchemists, the lone aristocrats, and the power of money. Mr. Hanged Man represents the Church of Storms and the resources at sea. Mr. Sun represents the forsaken land of the gods and the city of silver. Miss Magician represents the low and mid-sequence Beyonders in Backland and the Abraham family. The Moon represents the sanguine. All of them will perfect the Tarot Club's trading resources and news-gathering capabilities. They're all about to advance. While he was thinking, Klein controlled the world and said in a hoarse voice, "I have a clue to a characteristic left behind by a psychiatrist. Miss Justice, would you have any need for it?" Klein hadn't chosen to snatch Emlyn's business because he knew Miss Justice also reared a pet of the same pathway. He wasn't afraid that there wouldn't be any demand. Of course. Audrey hardly hesitated. Her idea was very simple. If met with an enemy attack, it might not be enough to just rely on herself to provide a surprise. Adding on Susie, who would be even more surprising, it would make things more assuring. "This will take a certain amount of time, perhaps a month, or even 2 months, the world added in a low voice. No problem. Audrey was under no psychological pressure. She knew that Susie hadn't finished digesting the telepathist potion. Phew, as long as this deal is closed. I hope I can release the psychiatrist as soon as possible. Miss Justice didn't seem to ask about the price. To her, with the full supervision, the price wouldn't be too outrageous. She would accept it as long as it isn't too outrageous? Her finances have improved a lot recently. Klein made the world look at the hanged man and give a low chuckle. Are you interested in helping me sell an item? The price isn't less than £3,500. You'll be given a 15% commission fee. Pleasure to work with you. Alger first agreed to it before asking with interest, what is the item? He was rather curious about the world. He felt that the other party knew a lot and had no lack of good things. A characteristic left behind by a Beyonder and is equal to a sequence 6. The main purpose is to allow a person to change their appearance and build. There's the addition of powers such as close combat and control over fire. Of course, the effects that can be produced will depend on the artisan's ideas and standard. The world chuckled. Changing appearance and build. I really want it. Audrey and Furs had the same idea at the same time. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. The only difference was that the latter was only entertaining the thought, but Audrey opened her mouth and asked with sparkling eyes, Mr. Hanged Man, can I pre-order the mystical item produced by the artisan using this characteristic? As long as the effect of changing one's appearance remains. Father will definitely agree to me buying a mystical item that doesn't have any negative side effects. Audrey added, in an exceptionally relaxed manner, in her heart. Pre-ordering a mystical item? Alger was stunned for a second before he realized what Miss Justice was talking about. The limits of his mind were widened, and he felt that there was room for exploitation. In a particular sense, the Beyonder characteristic the world has entrusted to me has been sold. There is a definite destination to the item. I can easily simplify the process and make things benefit me more easily. That is to say, I don't have to sell it to the artisan again. Instead, I should choose to entrust the work. This way, I don't have to worry about whether the characteristic can be sold. I can receive the commission from the world and also obtain more profit from Miss Justice's side. The only capital I need to put up is the fabrication fees for entrusting the job. Of course, I have to consider if the artisan will be willing to promise to take the risk. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly weighed the pros and cons and finally came to a decision. No problem, I'll take care of this matter. He looked at Miss Justice and felt that she was emitting a blinding light of gold. Even after joining the Church of Storms and drifting out at sea for so many years, he had never encountered someone like that anywhere else. There were plenty of sea merchants, and even more wealthy people, but none of them really didn't care about money. Has Miss Justice's financial situation improved to this extent? Klein was shocked too. For a moment, he wanted to speak out to urge her to pay the £2,000 she owed to his adorer as soon as possible, but, considering that he had already agreed to Miss Justice postponing her repayment until February or March, he could only keep silent and not ruin his image as the fool. At the very least, the money for the faceless Beyonder characteristic would be available soon. The speed only depends on how Mr. Hanged Man contacts that particular artisan and the speed at which the artisan can produce the mystical item. Unfortunately, I can only rely on Mr. Hanged Man to contact an artisan for the time being. Otherwise, I can directly sell the special characteristic to Miss Justice without having to pay a commission. With this in mind, Klein's mood became mixed. After finalizing a big deal, Alger heaved a silent sigh of relief, feeling his financial situation slowly improve. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, which one of you has a way or item to make everyone on board a ship sleep at the same time?" The reason why Alger still hasn't gone to that primitive island to hunt down the Blue Shadow Falcon was that he hadn't thought of a method of leaving the Blue Avenger, as well as the 10 or so sailors and crew members of the church without garnering any suspicion. Let everyone on a boat fall into a deep sleep? The first thing Klein thought of was the biological poison bottle, but the effect of this thing was completely uncontrollable, so he was afraid that the outcome wouldn't look too good. Then, he remembered the nightmare soul in Creeping Hunger. Making people fall into a deep sleep and dragging them into dreams were specialties of this Beyonder job. But the problem lies in the fact that a nightmare is unable to make that many people fall asleep at the same time. The limit to its influence doesn't exceed 10. To satisfy Mr. Hanged Man's request, it needs to be a sequence 5 of the corresponding pathway or even that of a demigod. Klein struck down the thought and didn't let the world speak. At the same time, Audrey, Furs, and Derek either shook their heads in response or answered with no. Emlyn tried to recall and said, I can help you ask. Perhaps us sanguine have some mystical items that have a similar effect in the clan. Always saying a sanguine. In the future, I can convince him by targeting this angle. Alger noticed this and nodded with a smile. I'll have to trouble you. Seeing that the transactions were coming to an end, Klein quickly got the world to bring up his latest necessities. Everyone, help me keep an eye out on the remnant spirituality of ancient race and a pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle. Other than that, the supplementary ingredients weren't too hard to purchase. He didn't think it was necessary to go through the tarot club. All right. Derek was the first to respond. Then, he added, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mr. World, the method for removing the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic will still require some time. I should be able to advance to sequence 7 soon. With that said, he looked to his side. Mr. Hanged Man, once I return to the City of Silver, I'll make a list of the commonly seen monsters in the vicinity. He had kept everything he owed others and every promise he made without fulfilling them in mind. These plagued him to the point that he couldn't even sleep in peace. No problem, the gloomy world indifferently said. Klein really wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't finished concluding his faceless principles, and his digestion of the potion had only just begun. It would still take several months. Therefore, his plan wasn't to head straight for the Gargas archipelago. Instead, he would act as an adventurer and a traveler as he worked his way through the colonial islands. From time to time, he would change his identity and experience life in order to extract the faceless principles. During this process, he would inquire more about mermaids in detail. After knowing that the Church of the Goddess reared such spiritual creatures and that they possessed high-sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway, Klein kept feeling worried about traps placed against every faceless in the Gargas archipelago who sought advancement. In other words, Klein had to spend 2 to 3 months or more time traveling and adventuring on the Sonia Sea. This long period of time was long enough for the son to obtain a potion formula, gather the corresponding ingredients, and ascend to the sequence 7 solar high priest. With the conclusion of the transaction portion of the gathering, the Tarot Club members entered the period for free communication. Audrey didn't disappoint the Hanged Man's expectations by standing up first and raising the ends of her skirt, bowing towards the very end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the hidden truth behind Baklan's great smog. Is it purely a result of those cultists' bid to awaken the primordial demoness and to allow the true creator's descent? Why did Prince Edisac choose to cooperate with them? According to your principle of equivalent exchange that was set by you, what do I need to pay in order to obtain the relevant information? If I knew, things would have been completely resolved now. The experienced Klein maintained his relaxed posture, chuckled and said, there's no need. The root of the problem hasn't been discovered yet, but there are enough clues. I hope the members of the 3 churches aren't too stupid. The root of the problem hasn't been discovered yet? Mr. Fool has made his adorer give the churches and the military a certain amount of clues. Audrey was rather shocked when she heard this, but she felt that this wasn't too surprising within her previous concerns and worries. Thank you for your answer. She sincerely bowed once more. Is Baklan still in danger? Furs suddenly felt uneasy. After Miss Justice sat down, Klein controlled the world to chuckle and say, Mr. Hanged Man, I discovered the Balin person you mentioned. The Balin who was involved in the escape of many slaves from the colonial islands? The Hanged Man replied with disbelief. Yes, reddish-brown skin, of southern continent descent, Bakland accent, and the 3rd tooth on his left fake, the world answered hoarsely. It should be him. Alger recalled for 2 seconds before saying, where is he? What's his present identity? Also, Mr. World, do you wish to receive £100 in cash directly or an item of equivalent worth? This was the mission of the Church of Storms, and purchasing clues was a reimbursable act, therefore, the hanged man wasn't pressured at all. Of course, money. Klein, who was vexing over his living expenses, controlled the world to say, £100 in cash. Balin is in Backland. He was seen meeting a member of MI9 who was loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it was exactly, because he was wearing a mask. A member of MI9 who was loyal to the royal family. The hanged man ruminated over the words, and then he remembered Miss Justice's question, why did Prince Edisek work with the Aurora Order and the Demoness sect? It also points to the royal family. Can the two cases be one and the same? The truth behind all this involves the disappearance of the slaves? Alger felt that he could vaguely see some key points. You really are a well-informed and well-connected person. The £100 in cash will be paid tomorrow, Alger calmly said his thanks. Heh. The world laughed and turned to look at the sun. Kid, do you know ancient Hermes? Derek didn't try to hide anything as he replied honestly, I've heard of the Hermes language, but the City of Silver doesn't have that kind of knowledge. During the second epic, there was no distinction between Hermes and ancient Hermes. It was only some time during the fourth epic that ancient Hermes was simplified accordingly, making it easier to be used, taught, and disseminated for daily use. However, it no longer had such a strong and direct effect on rituals. That is to say, the Hermes spoken by Little Sun is equal to ancient Hermes. There really is a person known as Hermes in the history of the City of Silver. Klein secretly nodded and said, a pity, I wanted to ask you for a favor. At this moment, Audrey remembered something from their conversation. It was something that originated from the psychology alchemists. She had intended to communicate directly, but after looking at the new member, Mr. Moon, she felt that she didn't understand him too well, so she raised her hand slightly and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you. Klein nodded slightly and isolated the senses of everyone else. What is it? He asked in a calm manner. Audrey said, honestly, I got some information from the psychology alchemists. The most important thing is that they were founded after excavating the ruins of Hermes, who was the master who created ancient Hermes. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates, better experience please click for visiting. The ruins of Hermes? This old gentleman was still alive 100 or 200 years ago. Had he deliberately guided the psychology alchemists to discover the relics, or had he perished in the Roselle incident? Klein was stunned for a moment. After deliberating for a moment, he smiled and reminded her, Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. He didn't mention that Hermes could still be alive, because it was impossible to confirm. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? The psychology alchemists might have something to do with this mysterious organization? Audrey was stunned before she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool backing me. Otherwise, I would have no way of knowing and no way to guard against. Once again, she gratefully praised the Fool. At this point, Klein wanted to comfort Miss Justice, so that she wouldn't be too distressed and worried about the Backland incident. Maturing didn't mean that she had to give up positive moods and smiles. It wouldn't affect her ability to take things seriously and would instead help her persevere for a longer period of time. However, after consideration, in order to maintain his image as the Fool, he had to give up this advice he gained from being a former clown. He then removed the isolation barriers around the other members, waiting for the end of the exchange and for the end of this tarot gathering. After another round of conversations, Derek suddenly asked a question, Honorable Mr. Fool, what kind of hand gesture should we use when we would like to thank you usually? Hand gesture? Klein was momentarily stumped by Little Sun's question. It had never occurred to him to imitate the gesture of drawing a clockwise circle from the Church of the Goddess, nor the Church of Storm's prayer gesture of striking the left of one's chest with their right fist. This is probably the last bottom line of a fake god. He lampooned inwardly. Seeing Mr. Fool smile without a word as though he was waiting for her and others to make suggestions, Audrey suddenly had a lot of inspiration and came up with a new question. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around and said, "Everyone, should we design a secret gesture to indicate our identity? Our tarot club doesn't have many members at present, so there's no need to worry about us appearing at the same spot and ending up opposing each other due to various reasons. But in the future, it might be very difficult to avoid that. We need a set of unique signals, so as to identify friend from foe. I have an idea for that." Klein suddenly remembered the secret hand gestures he knew from his previous life, such as the hand in waistcoat. Just as he was about to manipulate the world to make a suggestion, the hanged man opened his mouth. "No, Miss Justice, I don't think it's a good idea. Compared to other secret organizations, our tarot club's most striking characteristic is that the members do not know each other. Even if... let me raise an extreme example. Even if one of our members are captured and interrogated, they wouldn't be able to affect the others unless there's someone who can resist Mr. Fool and enter this place directly. And that is clearly impossible. Once we have a full set of signals and passcodes, traitors can allow the opposing faction to use these means to fish us out one by one. Are you that eager to flaunt your identities as tarot club members?" Audrey temporarily failed to provide a rejoinder as she stammered, "But it's reasonable to worry about the situation you mentioned, but this can be avoided through our fixed interaction every week and creating a temporary gesture ahead of time, as well as praying to Mr. Fool." In consideration that she would be providing him large amounts of gold, Alger's tone gradually turned pleasant. Audrey replied with some understanding, "The simplest example is that at the tarot gathering on Monday, we'll first understand if there's a possibility of us bumping into another member, to the point of entering a conflict. Hence, we'll design a set of temporary gestures to identify ourselves. After the matter is over, we would immediately abandon that gesture. If there's any sudden situation and we're unable to communicate in time, or if there's some suspicion, we can seek an opportunity to pray to Mr. Fool to confirm if another member is participating in the same event." Something like that. Alger let out a silent breath. At that moment, Derek suddenly said in enlightenment, "Sorry, I asked a foolish question. Mr. Fool never mentioned any gestures to thank him because he was worried about us exposing ourselves." He immediately looked to the end of the long bronze table. "Your wish steers our path. I just thought of a special hand gesture." Klein chuckled and replied, "That's right." He cast his gaze towards the other members and said in a composed manner, "Let us end today's gathering here. By your will." All the members apart from the moon stood up at the same time. Emlyn froze for a second before standing up in a flurry, mimicking the bows of the other members. A deep red light immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and he felt his body plummet slightly. Soon after, his vision returned to normal and he saw dolls of various sizes in his room. Phew. Only until this moment did Emlyn White completely calm down as he recalled his first tarot gathering. Apart from Mr. Fool, the other members don't seem too powerful. Could they be like me, chosen for various reasons? I have the ancestor backing me, so who's backing them? What a joke. I originally imagined the sun to be a demigod who just escaped the pursuit of an angel. It turned out that he's only a sequence 8 and seeking to advance to sequence 7. A child who doesn't know manners definitely isn't an adult yet. However, the city of silver that he mentioned and the experiences that he had undergone are very strange. I have to find an opportunity to ask Lord Nibs. No, I have to first ask Cosme, as well as my parents. I'll see if they know anything about the city of silver. Humph, how dare the history books of the city of silver tamper with the feats of us sanguine? Miss Justice is from Backland. She's very, very rich. Is she the daughter of some rich banker or the daughter of some noble? Perhaps she's a banker or noble herself. Miss Magician looked at me very strangely. She must admire the lofty sanguine. She doesn't speak much and didn't divulge much about herself. Yes, she's a quiet girl. Mr. Hanged Man is a mature gentleman. He knows a lot and has a sublime character. He's willing to answer questions from new members and is willing to provide the corresponding help and information. It can be said that he's very popular. The sun and the world are both willing to ask him questions and seek his help. The world is quite an unlikable person. When he speaks, it's like there's phlegm in his throat that he can't spit out. I would disdain even drinking such a person's blood. It has a dirty taste. He's very introverted and is good at hiding his emotions. Furthermore, he easily produced a sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic and promised to provide a psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic in 2 months. Very impressive. As the details flashed through his mind, Emlyn discovered that the tarot club was simple, but also not very simple. Furthermore, Mr. Fool didn't interfere much with the development of the gathering. He seems to only be interested in the so-called Roselle's diary. But he is willing to offer convenient services on the level of miracles to his members. At this thought, Emlyn couldn't help but feel a little proud of his identity as the Moon. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Surveying the room of dolls, he recalled his own problem. A relic worth 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. A chance to become a baron in a short period of time. This is really putting me in a difficult position. At this moment, although Emlyn hadn't made his final decision yet, he felt the room grow darker, as though he were shouldering a heavy debt. In the ancient palace above the fog. Klein pressed his thumb and middle finger of his right hand to one temple and gently rubbed it. He quickly sat up in the silent environment, allowing a small badge to fly out from the pile of junk and land on the long bronze table in front of him. The badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the surface, there were symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It was the item that Klein had found on Lenivas's body. On its back, it was inscribed with the words, "You can join if you have this item in ancient Hermes." It also provided the corresponding information for the gathering, January 4, 1350, 8 p.m. in Bobber Valley. The question Klein needed to consider now was whether he should take the badge to the Bobber Valley tomorrow night to try his luck. Frankly speaking, he was inclined to not delving deeper. Even though he had already advanced to faceless and was able to put on a perfect disguise, he didn't want to take the risk, because he didn't know anything about the gathering. A magician never performs unprepared. He muttered softly, took out a gold coin, and held it between his fingers. He picked up the badge with his other hand and muttered to himself, "It's risky to attend the gathering in Bobber Valley." After repeating this a few times, he finally flicked the gold coin. The gold coin tumbled down and stood upright in the palm of his hand. This meant that the divination had failed. As expected. Klein wasn't surprised. This isn't a problem of insufficient information, but rather the complete absence of it. He sat there in silence, letting the gold coin weave between his fingers. In the end, Klein overcame his curiosity and adventurous spirit and decided not to go. But that doesn't mean that I can't get involved. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., He smiled faintly and returned to the real world. 4th January, 10:35 a.m. Klein stood in front of a mahogany table and picked up a stack of bills. There were 5 10-pound notes and 10 5-pound for a total of 100 pounds. This was the payment which the hanged man had just paid via a sacrifice. The 15 notes made Klein's wallet much fuller, and he was finally able to buy his ticket in peace. Putting his wallet away, he picked up a thin human-skinned glove on the table and put it on his left hand. One of the main features of creeping hunger was that it had a camouflage effect when it wasn't in use and couldn't be detected by most Beyonder means. Therefore, Klein was able to switch between its original appearance, gloves of various colors, and camouflaging it as skin. This time, he chose black gloves. To that end, Klein had specially prepared an individual black glove for his right hand. Soon after, he placed the brown biological poison bottle into a metal box, sealed it with a wall of spirituality, and stuffed it into the inside pocket of his clothes. As for the sun brooch, as long as he wore it and carried it with him, it would create a hot summer feeling. Klein had no choice but to put it in his iron cigarette case and hide it at the bottom of his suitcase. 9 purifying bullets, 15 demon hunting bullets, 3 exorcism bullets. Klein took out his revolver and a cartridge box, silently counting as he loaded them. Pa. He closed the cylinder, inserted the revolver into his underarm holster, put on his black tweed coat and half-top hat, picked up his cane and suitcase, and walked out of the hotel room. Apart from the all-black eye and the other items that he couldn't use still being above the grey fog, he was fully armed. Taking a carriage, Klein arrived at the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company located in White Rose Borough. This company was located in a rather old three-story building. There was a wooden notice board on the door. Klein walked over and stopped there. He casually glanced at the board which said, "Things to take note. 1. Maintain order. Lines are strictly enforced. 2. Do not urinate or defecate, as well as spitting. 3. Find the guard in the lobby if there is a dispute. 4. Do not open canned wolf fish in any of the rooms." Canned wolf fish? What's that? Klein raised his eyebrows. 490 warning of a former sailor plus, turn off reset. The lobby of the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company was rather spacious, with 7 ticketing windows, but there were already a dozen or so people lined up in front of each. Klein took a glance and didn't directly go to the one with the fewest people. Instead, he took 2 steps to the right and arrived in front of an erected brown board. There were many pieces of white paper pasted on the wooden board, announcing all the information about the recent week's passenger ships, including their destinations, the ports they passed, and the prices of the different cabins. Before Klein could take a closer look, a staff member came over and drew a red circle on the second-class cabin of one line, marking it with a single phrase, "Sold out." So popular. Klein sighed. Of course, Pritz Harbor is the kingdom's largest port. Countless people pass through here to the southern continent and the colonial islands to seek out opportunities. A middle-aged man who was standing next to the wooden board replied in a clearly boastful manner. He was wearing a black bonnet and a black and white checkered uniform similar to that of the police, but he had no epaulets. All he had was a seagull badge hanging from his chest, exactly identical to the logo of the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company. The middle-aged man's face, hands, and all of his exposed skin were bronze in color and rather rough. It was as if he had been exposed to the sea breeze and the sun for many years to the point of giving people the feeling that he had salt in his wrinkles. Find the guard in the lobby if there's a dispute. This should be the guard. Klein remembered the things he had to pay attention to at the door. He didn't mind that the other party had taken the initiative to talk to him. He smiled and said, "You seem to understand this port very well?" Hearing this question, the middle-aged man replied quite smugly, "I was once a sailor with the kingdom's navy, and their main base was located at Pritz Harbor's Oak Island. I served for 15 years and spent a long time in the sea around here. If it wasn't for East Balam's war destroying my health, then I could be a sailor for another 10 years. I know this port as well as I know my wife's body." A little cultured but also a little vulgar. Klein casually chatted with him, having the intention of asking about news on the sea. "You became a guard here after retiring?" "No, I was crammed into a night school for 2 whole years as a student and as a gatekeeper. Holy Lord of Storms, can you imagine the scene of someone my age reciting with a bunch of teenagers? And they know and remember words faster than I do." The guard showed an expression that showed how unbearable it was to reflect on the past. As he spoke, he patted his thigh and sighed. "Unfortunately, my knees can't stand wet weather, otherwise, I would be a part-time teacher at night. Those kids will make you feel young, but I won't deny that it's because I want to earn more money. When you have a wife and 4 children, you have to realize that you have to support your family." "Sir, you talk a little too much. Maybe that's why the ticket company hired you as a guard." Klein smiled and didn't continue with the man's topic. "I just saw the things to take note of at the door and found that canned wolf fish are not permitted to be opened here. Frankly speaking, I've never heard of such a thing." The guard's expression suddenly became complicated. He pinched his nose and said, "It's a food that's popular in places like the east coast of Fasak and the Gargas archipelago. It's wolf fish pickled in salt, but it retains the blood, and the smell is very, very stimulating. It stinks and it's disgusting. It turns out to be a food of unknown origins." Klein laughed and said, "But I don't think anyone would specially eat canned food while waiting in line to buy a ticket, right? No, you don't understand that feeling. Perhaps, one day you will." The guard showed a look of lingering fear. There was once a barbarian from the north who came here to buy a ticket. As there were already many people lined up in front, causing the hall to look like a barrel filled with fish, he became very anxious, so he opened a can of wolf fish. In less than 10 seconds, only he and a few guys were left in the lobby. This is a biological weapon. An ordinary version of my biological poison bottle. Klein laughed. In the end, he successfully bought a ticket, and a new point to take note of was added outside. The result wasn't as he expected. The lady and the gentleman in charge of ticket sales also escaped. Heh, as you know, the brains of barbarians are even worse than that of curly-haired baboons. The guard chuckled. When I was a sailor, there was a rumor at sea that a group of pirates controlled a merchant ship from Rolls. That's a city on the east coast of Faisac. In short, the pirates eagerly opened their spoils, but who knew that they were barrels filled to the brim with wolf fish? Can you guess the outcome? They fainted, vomited, and lost their fighting power, and the crew received their bounty reward. Good story. Klein tried not to laugh. He returned his gaze to the pieces of paper on the wooden board and searched for information for a ship scheduled to depart on January 5th. As a professional, he had previously divined which date was suitable for setting sail on this week. It came out to be the 5th and 8th. And among the passenger ships that headed to the Rorstad archipelago, the St. Havre and the White Agate suited him the most. There are still tickets, and the prices are about the same, £4 for third class, £10 for second class, and £35 for first class. People who depend on the sea for survival more or less believe in the Lord of the Storms. Even in countries like Intis and Faisac, there are fishermen and crew who secretly believe in this forbidden deity, in a bid to be safe out at sea. The name St. Havre originates from the Church of Storms. It has a certain background. Klein thought it over. He was inclined to choose the White Agate. Not in a rush to make a decision, he turned to look at the guard. Do you know anything about the White Agate? The guard immediately smiled. Sir, you have a good eye. The White Agate is a steam-powered ship, but it also retains a sail. Its maximum speed is 16 knots. Also, the captain is very experienced. He was once the boatswain of the Royal Navy's William V. No, it should be the Imperial Navy. The king has always claimed that he obtained the title of Emperor in Balam. In the Imperial Navy, no matter how outstanding or excellent the average person is, he can at most become a boatswain. He cannot be an officer unless you can satisfy your superior, regardless of what method is used. Only then can you be recommended to the Pritz Naval Academy as a reserve officer. This is how Eland was forced to leave the Navy and ended up joining the White Agate, where he slowly became captain one step at a time. I suggest you choose a first-class cabin. That way, you'll have rooms for 3 to 4 servants, an attendant who has received etiquette lessons, an appointed chef who has excellent culinary skills, a quiet restaurant where you can enjoy the scenery, a special room for smoking cigars, and a place where you can gather and play cards. Hearing the guard's detailed explanation, Klein couldn't help but feel suspicious. Noticing his expression, the guard smiled in embarrassment. Eland was my boss in the past. He would often treat me to drinks and ask me to help him promote the first-class cabins. But you can rest assured that everything I say is true. This really isn't the problem, it's a problem with money. Klein silently said to himself. Having made up his mind, he asked after some deliberation, Sir, what advice do you have for a maritime adventurer? To suit Gehrman Sparrow's identity, Klein had modified his image slightly to make himself seem colder and sharper. Adventurer? The guard unconsciously raised his voice. Many people in the queue turned to look at Klein. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Based on his spiritual intuition, Klein instinctively traced a line of sight. He saw a man in his 30s wearing a black top hat. He had a boorish face, weather-beaten wrinkles, a strong but not tall body, and pale blue eyes that had experienced a lot. Another adventurer? Klein and the man looked away just as their eyes met. At that moment, the guard squeezed out a smile and said, I'm sorry, I'm a bit too sensitive on the term adventurer. In my opinion, this is equivalent to a fugitive, a sea villain, and a person who goes against his pledges. No, I'm not talking about you. You want sincere advice? You have to remember 3 things. First, do not provoke pirates. Second, do not provoke pirates. Third, do not provoke pirates. Unless you're a member of the Navy or the Church, do not go against the pirates. Don't be fooled by the enthusiasm of the island girls. They're either pirates or want you to take them to Pritz, to Backland. It's not entirely their fault. In order to cheat them of their bodies, many sailors, crew, and passengers paint them a very attractive metropolis and a very beautiful life, then kick them out of their beds and abandon them, leaving them in their original spots. What a bunch of vile people. In this era, people who live on the sea can't be too kind. Is the order at sea that bad? Pirates are this rampant? Klein nodded and said, "Thank you, I know what to do now." Saying this, he walked over to the line with the least number of people. Behind him, the guard shouted, "And the legends of treasure at sea are all fake." After buying a second-class ticket for the White Agate, Klein returned to the hotel and waited patiently for the night to descend. In the process, he had enjoyed the most famous fried fish in the Pritz harbor. He thought that the taste was pretty good, but he definitely couldn't accept eating it all the time. When it was close to 8 o'clock, he went above the grey fog, holding the badge from Lenevis in one hand and writing the corresponding sentence in the other. The situation of the gathering this time. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. When his pocket watch struck 8, he closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began to recite the divination statement. He had reason to believe that when the door of the gathering opened, he would be able to divine something above the grey fog with the aid of this medium which had locked onto the location. He had failed before because nothing had happened yet, but this was different. Things were happening now, and Klein had the right medium. Soon, Klein entered a grey, blurry dream world. He saw the tussock river flowing quietly, a wide river valley on the 2 sides, and about a dozen people in different positions. They were shrouded in thin light, vanishing indistinctively or illusorily. One of them had black hair and green eyes. He looked quite handsome, and he was a familiar face to Klein. Leonard Mitchell. For 91 the Sherlock Moriarty in the investigation Repor plus, turn off reset. Leonard? Klein thought for a moment that he was mistaken. However, the blurring caused by the rays of light wasn't that serious. Being familiar with Leonard, he was able to quickly confirm his previous judgment. In the time it took to take a breath, Leonard disappeared, the light dispersed, and the valley returned to its midwinter silence. The scene which Klein saw in the dream shattered as a result. He opened his eyes and placed the badge he had obtained from Lenevis on the surface of the long bronze table. Is it really Leonard, or a faceless disguised as Leonard? Klein considered and flipped a gold coin. His spirituality had told him through the medium that it was Leonard Mitchell, his teammate from the Tingen Nighthawks team. Is he the investigator sent by the Church of the Goddess for the gathering, or is he risking his life to find an opportunity to find the revenge target while keeping the Nighthawks in the dark? Klein muttered to himself in suspicion. It was hard to make an accurate judgment. And without any leads, his divination couldn't provide him with any revelations. After a few seconds of silence, Klein gave a self-deprecating smile as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. I wish him the best of luck. May the goddess watch over him. Klein no longer bothered with the problem, and he planned on understanding more about the gathering before deciding whether or not to participate in the future or to warn Leonard Mitchell anonymously. Backland, in a secret room in the basement of the Steam Cathedral. A cancer took off his hat, pressed down his fluffy but not soft hair, and sat in the first seat on the left. Then, he took out the ancient silver mirror of Rhodes from an inner custom-made pocket in his clothes and placed it in front of him. To his right, across him, and diagonally across him, were the machinery hive-mind deacons and captains, all of whom had been summoned by the member of the Divine Council, the Archbishop of Backland, Horamic Haydn, for a meeting. The white-robed archbishop looked like an ordinary old man, sitting calmly at the end. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he looked around and softly said, "Let's start with a cancer. Tell me in sequence about the investigation over the past few days." A cancer Bernard pushed his hair while flipping through the thick document file, and he reported in a concise manner, "Your Grace, we were in charge of Sherlock Moriarty. After a careful investigation, and with the aid of beyonder means, we confirmed that he was pulled into the matter. Prior to the incident, there was no evidence that he knew of Prince Edisac's problem. He and the dead Talum Dumont were friends, and he indirectly fulfilled some of the tasks entrusted to him by the prince, but there weren't many problems. At most, he had falsely made some fraudulent claims for his expenses." At this point, a cancer suddenly felt a little worried because Sherlock Moriarty was also an informant for the machinery hive mind, and his expenses here were likely to be somewhat exaggerated. In any case, his job as an informant was very effective and very outstanding, enough to offset a lot of problems, and he hasn't become our informant for long. The money involved was mostly just from commissions. A cancer exhaled slowly and continued to report, "Our conclusion is that he's considered an innocent party and that there is no hidden plot behind him. He once keenly noticed the danger of Red Rose matter, but that is a typical example of coming to the correct conclusion from an incorrect deduction. He was afraid of the royal family's internal strife, and for this reason, he had been slow in his work and didn't do any substantial investigations. On this, he had reported it to us. Unfortunately, he still failed to avoid the matter, but he was lucky enough. He mentioned that the descendant of death happened to be monitoring the vicinity of Red Rose Manor at the time, hence, he was rescued from the perilous situation when the meteorite fell. The signs at the scene are ample proof of how terrifying that strike was. It's likely due to 0-08. Klein mentioned the existence of ensanguine and 0-08 in his letter. As for whether or not he knew the former archbishop and the Grade 0 sealed artifact, no one was concerned about it, because he was with Isaac Eggers for some time. It was entirely possible that he learned the information from him. This was also a conclusion that everyone subconsciously came up with. As for matters regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the 7 Orthodox churches constantly shared information of the rough situation with each other, the numbers were shared, and there was no repetition. However, we haven't been able to grasp the entire situation. There are 3 matters that aren't confirmed. First, 2-111 indicates that after Sherlock Moriarty fled into the forest, he didn't immediately escape far away. Instead, he stayed on the spot and prayed to someone. Second, it's still unknown when he and Isaac Eggers got to know each other. Third, it's still unknown how he escaped the underground ruins. It's unlikely that he could have done so with his strength. And in this process, he had even destroyed the descent ritual of the Aurora Order, Cancer finally concluded. 2-111 referred to the magic mirror, Erodes. Horamic laughed after he listened to the recount and muttered, "Fraudulent claims of expenses." He then cleared his throat. In any case, Sherlock Moriarty is a hero of Backland. If he hadn't stopped the ritual in time, and if he had been frightened at that moment and had chosen to flee, then most of us wouldn't be alive sitting here. Moreover, he has also displayed his faith in God and his friendliness towards us. As long as there isn't too much of a problem with him, then we can pretend that we don't know anything about his tiny flaws and secrets. Your Grace, this is what we were thinking as well. A cancer heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I guess his prayers in the woods, including the ritual of blowing the copper whistle, were to get in touch with Isaac Eggers. But the effects and speed can be different. In such a critical situation, the only thing he could do was to try to save himself, which is something that we deduced from the follow-up process. Apart from trying to save himself, he could write his will," another machinery hive mind deacon quipped before he immediately reported the portion he was responsible for. "We haven't found the underground ruin which Sherlock Moriarty described, even with the help of 2-111. We're still temporarily unable to grasp the locations of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders on that very day. It can be confirmed that the Church of Evernight received the information first. This came from a special channel of Earl Hall, but the specific situation is unknown. Most of the forces of the Aurora Order in Backland have been eliminated by us, the Nighthawks, and the mandated Punishers. However, I suspect that they still have some hidden strength. At the time of the incident, Sherlock Moriarty mentioned that Trissy was heading to Backland, but no one has seen her ever since. According to Sherlock Moriarty, she was a key figure and was renamed Trissy Cheek. It cannot be determined what method the Church of Evernight used to capture the Demoness of Despair and the butler, Funkel. Results via divination tell me that they're still alive, but they aren't free. One by one, the deacons and captains reported on their findings while Hormick half closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes and slowly said, "Put all efforts into finding Trissy Cheek, if she's still alive. Pass me all the problems where divination has failed to provide any effective revelations. The Church has a saint who is good at this. Although it's not necessarily more effective than 2 to 111. As for the surveillance and investigation of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders, it can be tabled. There's no need to worry. They've always known what we've been doing. It's also a form of warning. Continue the search for the underground ruins and report it to the Evernight and Storm churches." A Cancer asked 2 to 111 how Sherlock Moriarty escaped the ruins, as well as when he got to know Isaac Eggers. A Cancer looked at the Archbishop, then at his colleagues before gritting his teeth and said, "Yes, Your Grace. Find authorized novels and webnovel faster updates, better experience please click for visiting." He was sadly convinced that his legends were about to spread from just a few machinery hiveminds teams that he was in charge of to all the beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam in Backland. After a very well-rehearsed process, he opened his mouth and said, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, when did Sherlock Moriarty get to know Isaac Eggers?" The silver mirror, which seemed to have eyes on both sides, suddenly started to glow with an aqueous light, quickly forming a scene. Sherlock Moriarty stood in a room, watching a rat with a rotting belly burrow into a hollow wall. Behind him was old Kohler and the owner of a budget hotel. He got to know Isaac Eggers while completing the bounty mission for him. That mission was issued by MI9, which originated from a coincidental conflict. A Cancer interpreted the scene. With that, he chose to answer the corresponding question. He held his breath as he waited for Rhodes to give the soul-piercing question. As expected, he saw the bright red words, "Do you know the feeling of trying your best to win the favor of someone, but only to end up being abandoned without any progress?" This question isn't sharp enough, it's unlike Rhodes's usual style. A Cancer suddenly felt that the blood on the mirror seemed to lack its usual horror and bloody sense. It appeared somewhat weak. He didn't bother to think about why and immediately opened his mouth to answer, "Yes. Congratulations, you got it right." A new line of text appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. Its color was somewhat pale. January 5, 9 a.m. With a gray scarf around his neck, Klein arrived at Rose Wharf with his suitcase and cane. The white agate was docked there, unusually large compared to the height of a human. It was said to be capable of ferrying hundreds of passengers. It had the rich characteristics of the age, with its chimneys, sails, and its 12 cannons on both sides of the ship, necessary for defending against pirates and other peers. Under Captain Eland Cag's arrangement, the chosen stocky sailors and crew lined up at the mouth of the gangway, some even deliberately revealing their legitimate revolvers, rifles, and knives. This gave the passengers on board the boat a greater sense of security. They were no longer afraid of the journey that would take them 9 days to complete. Klein stood below, looked up, and climbed up the hanging ladder in the undulating blue water. "My travels begin." He took a step forward and sighed silently. As soon he stepped onto the deck and before he could enter the cabin, Klein saw a figure moving through the crowd towards him through the corner of his eye. He looked over his shoulder with an air of indifference but hidden vigilance, and he saw a man in his 30s wearing a black half-top hat and a windbreaker of the same color. The other party had a weathered face, looking boorish but extremely masculine. His light blue eyes didn't contain a smile, as if they were immersed in many past events. "He looks a little familiar." "Right, he's that guy I noticed at the ticket office yesterday. He seems to be an adventurer as well. He's actually wearing a windbreaker at sea in January." he's quite strong. While lifting his cane with ease and pointing diagonally downwards, Klein said with a smile, "Good morning, we meet again." It was like he was greeting an old friend. The boorish man, however, wasn't surprised. He stopped and nodded in a somewhat reserved manner, saying, "Cleves, a former adventurer. Mate, are you in the same trade? I thought you knew yesterday." "Gairman Sparrow," Klein responded with a smile. He didn't pass his cane to his left hand, because he didn't intend to shake Cleves's hand. "I can tell." Cleves maintained 2 seconds of silence and said, "Being an adventurer isn't a beautiful profession. I've already switched careers and have become a bodyguard. This time I'm accompanying my employer's family to the capital of the Rorstad archipelago." He half-turned and pointed to another spot on the deck. Klein traced where he was pointing and saw nearly 10 people gathered together. They were led by a plump middle-aged gentleman with ruddy cheeks and spirited eyes. On his double-breasted suit, Klein could see the gold chain from his pocket watch and a jeweled collar brooch. Next to him was a lady in a wide-brimmed hat, her face completely hidden by the dark blue muslin that hung down, and her figure wasn't too bad. Standing in front of the couple were 2 children. The younger one was a boy who wasn't even 10 years old. He was wearing a child's version of a tailcoat. The older one was 15 or 16 years old and was a lively and energetic teenage girl. Her looks couldn't be considered outstanding, but her pair of brown eyes were quite bright and intelligent. Her faint freckles and puffy dress added to her playfulness. Around them were 3 people carrying suitcases and all sorts of items, a man and 2 women, all dressed as servants. One of the maids had brownish skin, clearly of southern continent heritage. The bodyguards protecting the 7 people were a man and a woman. They were dressed simply and neatly in white shirts, light sweaters, black coats, dark trousers, and sturdy leather boots. The 2 bodyguards deliberately didn't hide the outlines made by the gun holsters by their waists. They didn't relax as they inspected the approaching passers-by. Their eyes were sharp and they were composed. 3 servants and 3 bodyguards? Klein asked casually. This is quite an extravagant setup, which means that their employer is a rich person. Instinctively, he made his judgment. Yes. Cleves nodded. Without another word, he quickly turned around and walked towards his employer's family. Klein was stunned. He didn't know why Cleves had specially come to greet him for. After recalling the novels, movies, and television dramas he had seen in his previous life, he gradually understood what Cleves was implying. He's a little wary of me, or should I say of someone who claims to be an adventurer while not looking like someone to mess with, so he introduced himself in advance to indicate his identity and what his job is. It's to tell me to not have any plans regarding his employer's family. In short, you do what you do, I do what I do, and we stay out of each other's business. Is this the tacit understanding between experienced adventurers and veteran bounty hunters? Interesting. Klein chuckled. He carried his suitcase and black cane as he went into the cabin. With the help of his ticket, he found his own room. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The room wasn't very spacious, just large enough to fit a bed, a table, and a cupboard. There weren't even any chairs. Its greatest advantage was that it came with windows. The wharf's sunlight shone in, illuminating the table and bedside with pure golden spots. A member of the crew mentioned that the washroom and bathroom are for public use, with about 8 rooms sharing one. If someone urgently needs one, then they can provide a wooden toilet, but one must pay the cleaning fee of 3 pence each time. I have to be grateful that after the White Agate was renovated, it has many metal pipelines laid. Boilers are burning and hot water is being supplied, providing a relatively convenient way of life. Otherwise, my travels wouldn't be a pleasant one. Klein silently sighed. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. He quickly took out his necessities and placed them on the table for daily use. When he was tidying up the place, he sat down on the edge of the bed, which wasn't too high, and he listened to the long whistle of the steam whistle. He felt the power that stemmed from steam and machinery contained within it. When the ship began to set sail, Klein looked out the window at the sea and gradually withdrew his thoughts. He began to think about the most important thing that would happen next, the problem of how to act as a faceless. While facing the true creator's descent ritual and the powerful Mr. A, the decision to give up trying to escape and attempt a sabotage act had allowed his potion to be digested a little. Based on this feedback, he gained some new insights into the acting requirements of a faceless. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. This is the principle which Nimblewright Master Rosago was made to remember. I originally imagined that yourself refers to my original identity, but from the looks of it, that's not the complete picture. What is considered as yourself requires serious thought. Klein leaned forward and bathed in the sunlight as though he was a thinking statue. After a while, he came up with an idea. Does this correspond to the spirit of one's identity, to their true identity deep down? Even back on Earth, Zhou Mingrui had worn a lot of facades, which formed a social persona. In a sense, this was a big part of what wasn't real. Yes. When I become someone else, I take over their identity. In order to not be discovered, I have to disguise myself socially, which is the same as wearing a different mask. When all the masks are taken down, there will be none left. What kind of yourself does a faceless see at the end of the day? Is this the deeper meaning behind yourself in that principle? When I face my inner thoughts, overcome my fear, and challenge the impossible without reasons stemming from society, am I really acting as myself? This is to be explored and verified. At this thought, Klein changed his position, trying to sit more comfortably. Remembering everything that had happened before, he found another question regarding acting. In the underground ruins, I disguised myself as Nsangwil and successfully escaped from my predicament, but why didn't I feel any signs of digesting the potion at all? Does this imply that to digest the faceless potion, a superficial disguise such as that isn't enough? Yes, this is closer to the use of beyonder powers and not acting. What can stimulate the digestion of the potion is a disguise on a deeper level. Is it being a true substitute for a person, becoming that person on a social level? Only when his relatives and friends are unable to find him for a long period of time does it prove that his disguise was a success. In that case, the reason why I feel harmony with the faceless potion is because I had previously disguised myself as Klein Moriarty. The first principle of faceless is that you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. The second principle is to have a disguise on a deeper level that fools everyone. But to replace a person and become that person in a societal sense is quite evil just thinking about it. Don't tell me that I have to find those kinds of people who have died in a foreign land but have a wish that has yet to be fulfilled. Klein eased his baffling horror, and he drew up an initial direction for his acting attempts. The higher the sequence, the more difficult it is to act. He sighed, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Since it was still too early for lunch and the room was too small and cramped, he decided to take a walk on the deck and enjoy the scenery amidst the sea breeze. After the excitement of the first hour of the voyage, there weren't many people left on deck. Klein walked along the side of the ship, arriving at a secluded area with large shadows. It's a warm, sunny day. Other than the strong winds which might steal my hat, there are no shortcomings. He pressed the half-top hat on his head and leisurely surveyed the cabin, listening to the faint sounds of music coming from inside. Suddenly, he saw the former adventurer, Cleves, busying himself around the corner. In front of him seemed to be a trident, a dagger, and a short knife. Cleves sensed this and raised his head to look at him. Keeping a well-seasoned demeanor, he said in a taciturn manner, "We're all old mates, and we have to maintain them frequently." At this point, he added, "There are children in the cabin." "Understood." Klein smiled in response. Cleves lowered his head and continued to busy himself. He casually asked, "You don't seem to have these things with you?" "I'm used to using weapons that keep abreast with the times," Klein said vaguely. "And I frequently do maintenance." Cleves silently raised his dagger, looked at it against the sunlight, and said to himself, "At sea, guns alone aren't enough. Pirates will board ships, and there will be a lot of people. After you finish shooting your bullets, you won't have the opportunity to reload again. Although these guys no longer keep abreast with the times, they're still useful enough. Very professional. As expected of a former adventurer. Klein leaned against the side of the boat and said half-jokingly, if there really are pirates boarding the ship, I'm more likely to choose not to fight back. Cleves turned his head and stared at him for a good 3 seconds before retracting his gaze. Then, as he packed up his things, he said in a low voice, it seems that you don't need me to remind you. You've already understood the rules of the sea. The bounty hunters who travel the earth are often unable to be adventurers at sea. He skillfully hid the dagger, short knife, and trident under his clothes, which dazzled Klein. Thank you. Klein smiled and nodded. Without speaking any further, Cleves turned around and returned to the cabin, leaving behind only his broad and deep back. Klein smirked, shook his head, and turned his gaze to the side of the ship. Blue waves gently rose up and down, and silvery white flying fish occasionally leaped out of the water and soared in the air. This fish can fly and swim. They're considered the family of the Lord of Storms by fishermen and sailors, so even if they were caught by nets, they're returned to the sea. Klein was leisurely admiring the surface of the sea under the sunlight, as well as the flying fishes above the surface of the sea. An uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. I wonder how good their meat is. Honorable Arodes, my second question is, how did Sherlock Moriarty escape from the ruins? A Cancer's mood was a lot more relaxed than before. The surface of the silver mirror shimmered, rapidly outlining Sherlock Moriarty leaning his back against the wall, his fists clenching and tightening. Then, a Cancer Bernard and the surrounding machinery hivemind deacons and captains saw the private detective's exaggerated smile before turning around and dashing out with his gun drawn. At this moment, under the influence of the composed scene, they all felt an inexplicable sense of sadness and excitement. The image in the mirror jumped, revealing Sherlock Moriarty wielding his revolver as he shot at the altar to no avail. The scene of those disintegrating bullets caused everyone present to be a little worried. Then, Sherlock Moriarty threw out a brass key, and the altar showed signs of instability due to corruption. With the erupting air blast, Mr. A fell to the ground and Sherlock Moriarty pathetically fled out of the temple building. At this point, the image changed to have the slightly turbid Tussock River as the main background. Sherlock Moriarty and Mr. A floated in the water, looking up into the sky where there were no clouds or fog. Almost instantly, Mr. A became transparent and disappeared, leaving only Sherlock Moriarty looking around in astonishment. The Church of Evernight's reinforcements? A Cancer said with a frown. Unfortunately, he didn't mention what appeared in his letter. We have no way of guessing. Was he trying to sell the secret for a good price, or was he simply affected by it and lost the relevant memories? Also, his experience of escaping from the underground ruins doesn't show anything. It seems like the corresponding clues have been concealed at the same time. He analyzed it quickly, in procedural sentences, and then without too great a psychological burden, he chose to answer with reciprocity instead of taking a risk. Arodes doesn't seem to be in the mood to be a prankster today. I can make the most of it. In his self-consolation, a Cancer saw bloody words appear on the surface of the mirror. With a skip of his heartbeat, he had a bad premonition, suspecting that Arodes had already recovered to his usual state. The blood-like words wiggled and quickly formed into a question. Who was the person you gave your all to while trying your best to win the favor of, only to end up being abandoned? With his head buzzing, a Cancer's face drained of all its color before flushing red. The question pierced a deep wound in him while leaving him at a loss as to what to do. If I mention who he is, then his reputation would be ruined before tonight. I've already become a kind of legend in some sense. A Cancer swallowed his saliva with great difficulty and bitterly said, I choose punishment. A bolt of lightning immediately descended. However, it was different from before. It was no longer silvery white and had been dyed with slight green. It hit him right on the head, causing his hair to stand on end and flash with the color of lightning. He shook violently like shaking dice, as though he had been drugged with a hallucinogenic drug. Archbishop Hormick sighed, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, a grade 0 sealed artifact? When a Cancer recovered, he looked around and said, there's one more question. Where did the key that Sherlock Moriarty used to destroy the descent ritual come from? Which one of you is going to use 2 to 111? All the machinery hive mind deacons and captains looked at each other. For a moment, no one responded. The sound of water splashing against the ship's hold seemed to be the only sound left in the world. The sea at night was both noisy and quiet. Klein suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He saw the wooden ceiling covered with a crimson moon veil. His spiritual intuition told him that there was something happening outside. Is someone having a rendezvous? He tilted his head to listen, vaguely able to hear some unnatural sounds. He sat up, put on his gloves, and put on his coat. His eyes turned dark as he took out a gold coin, flipped it, and quickly performed a divination. After receiving no revelations of danger, he took out the revolver under his pillow and put it in his pocket. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. After making the appropriate preparations, Klein opened the door and walked out of the room, following the sound to the upper deck. At this moment, at sea, away from the industrial pollution, the crimson moon quietly hung there, mysterious and dreamy. After carefully bypassing a few patrolling crew members, Klein arrived at the area where there was a commotion. He could smell the faint scent of blood. With the help of the moonlight, he looked over and saw the former adventurer, Klein, squatting to the side of the ship and setting up something. There were 3 people hiding in the shadows of the cabin about a dozen meters away from this gentleman. One of them was a companion of Klein's, the female bodyguard in the black coat, and the remaining 2 were the children of their employer, a girl of 14 or 15 years of age and a young gentleman of no more than 10 years of age. The 2 youngsters wore thick cotton nightgowns and outer coats. It was obvious that they had come out in a hurry. They trembled amidst the chilling night wind, but they still squatted there full of energy and vigor, looking at Klein with their bright eyes. Playing hide and seek? Klein joked inwardly. He purposely increased the volume of his footsteps, causing Klein and the others to turn their gaze towards him. Friend, what happened? Klein recalled the expressions of some bounty hunters he knew in East Borough. But he still maintained Gehrman Sparrow's unique identity of being cold and sharp. Klein replied, unperturbed, a private job, a hunt that came by accident, but one that's worth looking forward to. A hunt? Klein's interest was suddenly piqued. The reason he had named himself Gehrman was that it represented the first hunter of a game he had played in his previous life, and it suited his idea of hunting evil at sea. Klein was in no hurry to inquire about the reason. Using his left hand, which wore creeping hunger, he pointed at the shadow next to him with his left finger. Private job? Doing a private job in front of your employer? Klein, who was squatting there, glanced at the boy and the girl and said, without changing his tone, Cecile wasn't careful enough and ended up waking Donna and Denton up. She had no choice but to let them follow. The girl called Donna wrinkled her nose when she heard her name mentioned. She curiously looked up and asked Klein, Uncle, are you also an adventurer? Uncle? Even if it's the me from Earth, I'm at most 10 years older than you. Klein said in amusement, no, you can't use the word also. Strictly speaking, I'm the only adventurer here, they're just bodyguards right now. He turned to Klein and said, hey. Mate, what prey did you discover? Klein looked into the faint crimson waters and said, a Murloc. Murloc? That's a beyonder creature. Even though it's of the lowest grade, it's still quite difficult for ordinary people to deal with them. They would need at least 5 to 6 people and 4 to 5 spears to have a chance. That's right, the scales on a Murloc's body are very hard. Revolvers can only deal a little damage. They need to have a rifle. Klein raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you plan on doing? And how are you sure it's a Murloc? Klein pointed to the edge of the ship and said, there are traces of its body's mucus here. 1 to 2 hours ago, it tried to climb onto the ship to attack the passengers, but the deck was still bustling with activity and there were lots of sailors and crew. Klein took a few steps forward and saw that there were some traces of green corrosion on the side of the ship. He recalled the information he had come into contact with in Tingen City, and it coincided with the content in the books. He asked with great interest, why must it be one, and not a group? He remembered that Murlocs had a tendency to live together. If it's a group, then they'll directly destroy the ship's hull and let everyone sink. Moreover, the area around this channel and the surrounding sea have already been cleared of Murlocs. The Church of Storms really enjoy hunting them, Klein solemnly explained. That's because Murlocs are probably one of the main ingredients of the Sequence 9 sailor potion. Klein stroked the revolver in his pocket and asked with a smile, "Are you confident?" Klein didn't directly answer him and instead opened a paper bag beside him. Inside the bag were some pig organs still stained with blood. This was the source of the smell of blood that Klein noticed. All Murlocs like this kind of food and are unable to resist its allure. Of course, these monsters love human organs the most, so in many sea legends, it's emphasized to prepare some pig or beef organs from the ship's kitchen or canned organs, Klein said as he sprinkled some granules. Pepper granules can cause the Murlocs to feel the excitement of smoking marijuana and lose some of their sense of balance. This can last for about a minute, and after that, the Murlocs will be exhausted after the high state of excitement has subsided. He then took out a wooden box from his clothes and placed the dark green paste on the tip of the trident, dagger, and short knife. The mint cream that's popular in Pritz Harbor is a unique sweetener for humans, but in the eyes of the Murlocs, it's a deadly blood toxin. In addition, I borrowed 2 rifles from the sailors. I got an agreement to not disturb this area for 20 minutes, and I spent a sizable sum of money. However, as long as I can successfully kill a Murloc, then I'll be able to reap 10, 20, or even 30 times the cost. As expected of an experienced adventurer, he's exceptionally aware about the weaknesses and problems of his prey. Listening to him speak, I feel like they have a chance of successfully hunting the Murloc, even if they aren't Beyonders. In the face of traps and firearms, low-sequence Beyonders really aren't much stronger than the average person. It's not like there are no low-sequence Beyonders who die in gang wars. However, Murlocs are creatures that seem to wear full-body armor. It's not easy to kill them. They would be injured, but it's not like they can't escape. Klein curiously asked, "You seem to have killed quite a number of Murlocs?" Understanding the characteristics of common sea monsters is a prerequisite for an adventurer's survival. Klein didn't show the joy of being praised as he remained calm and silent. As they conversed, the girl, Donna, and the boy, Denton, squatted in the shadows and listened with relish. They found all of this to be the most interesting thing in the world. "Yes, I also need to brush up on my studies in this area." Klein smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Klein pierced a portion of organs on a rod and said with a deep voice, "If you want to participate, take care of Donna and Denton so that Cecile won't be distracted." "Sure." Klein, who wanted to watch from the sidelines, smiled and agreed. The red moon hung high in the sky as Klein walked over to Donna and Denton and squatted down beside them. Cecile, the female comrade of Klein, let out a sigh of relief. She picked up the rifle on the deck, bent down, and quickly walked in another direction. She opened up a distance of about 10 meters from the peppered pig's organs. "Uncle, is it starting?" The mischievous, freckled teenage girl, Donna, suddenly felt a little nervous. However, her face was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Klein raised his left index finger to his mouth, motioning for the 2 young ones to be quiet. At times like this, he couldn't help but thank Roselle. It was because of the efforts of this transmigration senior that some of his habitual gestures had become common body language in the northern continent, so it wouldn't lead to misunderstandings. It was said that in the early part of the 5th epoch, this don't-talk gesture was an insult and loan. But in certain parts of the southern continent, it means kiss me. Klein's mind was a little distracted for a moment. Donna and Denton didn't dare to say anything else. They just squatted there quietly, watching with rapt attention as Klein prepared for the battle. The former adventurer picked up a rod and threw the thread with some pig organs hanging from it over the side of the ship. With a splash, the bait entered the water. Calmly dispersing the remaining organs, Klein wielded his weapon and retreated, step by step, to hide in the shadows opposite Cecile. The two of them formed an angle of about 60 degrees to the side of the ship where the rod was being supported. Leaning his trident and other weapons, he raised his rifle and tried to take in the feeling of aiming. The deck had completely quietened down, leaving only the operating sound of the steam engine and the crashing of waves against the ship. As the minutes ticked by, Donna and Denton couldn't help but switch from squatting to sitting, with their backs against the planks of the cabin, trying to soothe the paralysis in their legs. At that moment, they saw the rod on the side of the boat sink a little. The muffled sound of friction rapidly grew closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the deck. It was a monster bathed in crimson moonlight. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, and there was a green slime flowing around it. It didn't have much in common with humans. It was like a giant fish that had grown 4 strong limbs, and there was obvious webbing in the cracks of its limbs. The Murloc was more than 1.9 meters tall, with round eyes and gills on its cheeks. It looked like demons from legends, making Donna cover her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. At the same time, she covered the mouth of her brother, Denton, as well. Good thinking. Klein smiled to himself as he carefully examined the Murloc. Unlike the sailor rampager he had seen before, real Murlocs didn't have human-like brains. They were pure monsters. The Murloc vigilantly scanned the surroundings before squatting down. It picked up the scattered pig organs, quickly stuffed them into its mouth, and produced clear chewing sounds. The light in its mainly white eyes gradually faded, as if it had fallen into a dream. It's of low intellect. Klein shook his head and made his judgment. Bang! Cleves pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew out from the rifle. It instantly struck the Murloc's chest, causing its scales to shatter and blood to splatter. Wah! The merman let out a cry which sounded like a child, and it threw itself at Cleves, who was hidden in the shadows. It was as fast as a steam train. At this moment, Cecile, who was in another position, opened fire as well. Bang! The bullet from the rifle struck the Murloc's ribs, causing many scales to scatter and the tall figure to stagger. The Murloc, who had eaten the pepper granules, became visibly sluggish. It stopped, unsure of which enemy to attack first. And this gave Cleves and Cecile a chance to calmly reload. They took aim again and pulled their triggers. Bang! Bang! The sprays of blood bloomed in succession. The pain caused the Murloc's eyes to regain its lucidity. It flipped and pounced, dodging the follow-up shots, and closed in on Cleves as if it were unhurt. Cleves methodically put down the rifle in his hand and picked up the trident that was leaning to his side. Instead of dodging, he leaped forward and rolled to the side of the Murloc. The trident in his hand ruthlessly and accurately pierced into the area where the scales on the side of his prey were shattered. The Murloc spun around abruptly, bringing with it a gust of wind. It forcefully threw the trident along with Cleves out, causing the former adventurer to crash onto the deck. The Murloc shook its head, as though sensing an intense discomfort. It didn't attack Cleves and Cecile again, but instead, took large strides to the side of the ship in an attempt to jump into the sea. Bang! Cecile's bullet hit it again, creating blood to blossom again, but it still didn't make it become immobile. With 2 steps, the Murloc reached a suitable spot. It bent its knees and prepared to jump up. However, its body was too weak to exert its full strength. The distance it had jumped was obviously not enough, so it could only land on the inner side of the ship. Bang! The Murloc bore the brunt of the damage and tried to flip over the side of the ship. Seeing it almost escaping, Klein took out his revolver. Just then, a loud bang came from another direction. The Murloc's left eye turned into a bloody hole, and one could vaguely see a pale gelatinous substance squirming inside. It wasn't dead yet. It lay on the floor of the deck, trying its best to crawl and get up again. After a few seconds, the poison took effect and it twitched to its death. Klein traced the sound and saw a middle-aged man step out of the shadows on the other side of the cabin. The middle-aged man was wearing a thick dark red coat and white slacks. He was wearing the standard ship-shaped hat of this era. He was holding an iron-colored musket that was a relic of the times as white smoke billowed out of its thick black muzzle. Klein had heard the attendant introduce the man before, and he knew the man. He was the captain of the White Agate, Eland Cag. With obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his forehead, and the corners of his mouth, Eland walked towards Cleves and said with a smile, "As a captain, I must ensure that no accidents happen. Forgive me for watching by the side all this time." Cleves had already stood up. He didn't betray his emotions. "This is your ship. According to convention, you have the right to share in the spoils." Eland turned his head to look at Klein and others and said with a smile, "The next resupply of water and food is in 2 days' time. You'll have to think of a way to preserve the Murloc's corpse. How about this, sell it to me at a cheaper price, the difference is the reward I deserve." "This is the best solution." Cleves and Cecile exchanged glances and agreed to Eland's request. "For 130 pounds, it's all yours. The Murloc Beyonder ingredient has a market price of 150 to 200 pounds. Considering the other parts with spirituality, 130 pounds is indeed cheap. However, this is the only thing Cleves and Cecile can do. This is Eland's ship, and he had a large group of armed sailors and crew to help him. If the negotiations break down, they could sink everyone here into the sea within minutes. Of course, that's under the premise that I don't involve myself." Yes, it can be seen that Cleves and Cecile aren't Beyonders, at least not Beyonders of the combat and shooting domains. As for Eland, I find it suspect. Klein stood up and listened to the deal. "No, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not threatening you. 150 pounds. That's a fair price." Eland Cag called for a sailor and gave him the key to the safe. "You are the just Eland?" Only then did Cecile seem to recall his title on the sea. Eland laughed and said, "Yes. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates, better experience please click for visiting." At this moment, Donna and Denton, stunned by the intense battle and the living monster, jumped to their feet and ran over to the Murloc in excitement and fear. Is it really dead?" Donna kicked the Murloc's body with her toe, then she jumped away and hid behind her younger brother as if she were afraid it would revive. "It really is a monster." Denton took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. There are many monsters at sea. Apart from having 4 limbs and being able to stand, Murlocs have no similarities to humans. Eland smiled gently. He squatted down and took out a knife, slicing the cheek beneath the Murloc's eye, revealing white, tender skin that was tainted with some red. The most delicious part of a Murloc's body is suitable for eating it raw. Eland carefully sliced a piece of flesh and handed it to Donna. "You remind me of my daughter. Unfortunately, she's grown up and has a family of her own. I don't dare to eat it," Donna said, looking at the thin sliver of flesh held at the tip of the knife. "Haha, which one of you wants to try?" Eland laughed and looked around. After confirming that there were no warnings from his spiritual intuition, Klein nodded. "I'm very curious." Eland immediately handed him the knife. "Give it a try. On land, even nobles may not necessarily have a chance to eat it. These Murlocs are fish monsters. They can be understood as a mutated type of fish." He was trying to dispel the siblings' fears. Klein wanted to ask if there was any wasabi, soy sauce, or any other condiments, but seeing that the other party didn't mention it, he was afraid to appear ignorant. He took the knife, bit into the bloody flesh, and swallowed it. It was a feeling of flesh that instantly melted in his mouth. The taste of blood was very faint, giving it an appropriate salty taste. It perfectly set off the fresh and sweet taste of the meat. Klein chewed twice, taking in the deliciousness of the tenderness and freshness of the fish meat. It was the first time in his life that he was experiencing something like that. "Excellent." He wasn't stingy with his praises as he gave a thumbs up. Donna watched the whole thing with curiosity, suddenly interested in the flesh on the Murloc's cheek. This overwhelmed her fear and disgust, and she suggested the idea of trying. Eland fulfilled her request and smiled as he watched her tightly close her eyes as her face scrunched into a grimace as she bit into the meat. Donna's expression gradually relaxed, and she quickly opened her eyes. she excitedly praised, an indescribable delicacy. She spurred things into action as Denton, Cecile, and the others shared the little chunk of cheek meat. Eating it satisfied them, but it also made them dissatisfied. They were satisfied with the taste, but were dissatisfied with the quantity. Seeing that Eland had eaten the last piece, Clevis pointed at the Murloc's body and said, "The meat around the ribs is suitable for frying, while the belly meat should be roasted. The other parts taste bad." "I share your thoughts," Eland said with a chuckle. "I'll have the chef prepare it immediately. On such a night, we should enjoy good food and wine together and exchange the legends at sea. It's a very enjoyable matter. I'm looking forward to it. However, why did a perfectly fine hunt turn into a delicacy exchange?" Klein swallowed his saliva. Above the deck, there was an extra layer of asbestos beneath the grill to prevent the coal sparks from being blown out by the wind and scorching the surface of the ship. The fat cook, wearing an apron and a tall white hat invented by Roselle, used a fine brush to constantly apply a seasoning created from a secret recipe, basil, fennel, sea salt, pepper, and lemon juice, to the long, white strips of fish, and frequently flipped them over to ensure that both sides were evenly heated. The flesh of the Murloc's belly was fatty, dripping with drops of oil and causing the coal beneath the iron mesh to sizzle and flare up. An enticing aroma began to fill the air, and Klein inhaled again and again. In front of him was a round table and a chair. On top of the table was a unique-looking bottle of wine. The wine was golden red in color and seemed slightly sticky as it swirled about. Sonia blood wine is brewed from the sugarwood juice found in the surrounding areas of Golden Spring. It tastes like thin honey mixed with blood. It's sweet and smooth, but it's very easy to get drunk on. If you fancy any lady and want to treat her to a drink, you can consider this. It will make her drink more without realizing it. Haha, that's under the premise that you're able to handle the amount of alcohol she's drinking. Noticing Klein's scrutiny, Captain Eland Cag introduced in a half-joking manner. As expected of a former bosun, he's accomplished when it comes to self-deprecation. Klein sat down and maintained a cold attitude as he asked, "A qualified adventurer wouldn't indulge in alcohol?" Clevis, who was beside him, nodded. "Only when they return home will adventurers allow themselves to drink." "What a pity." Eland turned to look at Donna and Denton, who were staring curiously at the blood wine. He laughed and said, "This isn't something that underage children should experience." "I've had it before, it tastes really good." Donna retorted immediately. It's just that I fell asleep without realizing it and slept an entire afternoon." "I remember that you drank 2 cups that time," the little gentleman, Denton, said enviously. Eland didn't satisfy their cravings and instead ordered a cup of sweet iced tea for each of the siblings and casually explained, "There are a lot of Southerners on this ship." Denton retracted his disappointed gaze and looked at the Murloc, which had its valuable materials taken away. He said rather innocently, Actually, it's not that scary. It's just a bigger, uglier fish with 4 limbs." Donna shot a glance at her younger brother. "Congratulations, you've finally recognized the essence of it." She then looked eagerly at Clevis and Eland. Uncle, are there many of these monsters in the sea?" Murlocs didn't possess beyonder powers which were beyond one's imagination. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were akin to ferocious beasts at sea or a living example of legendary monsters. Eland chuckled and said, "No, in the main sea route and the surrounding seas, there are very few monsters like this. They've been cleared out a long time ago. You must be lucky enough to meet a Murloc. Think about it, if I can often kill monsters worth 200 pounds or more, then I certainly wouldn't be the captain of a passenger ship. I'd organize my own hunting boat to chase down these gold pounds." "That makes a lot of sense." Klein secretly cheered him on. According to his observation, the beyonder ingredient from a Murloc was its bladder. That azure aqueous light made one feel like they were looking at a gem. Clevis raised the black tea which a sailor had just delivered. He first smelled it before taking a sip. Only by leaving the main sea route and going deep into the ocean, which is often shrouded in fog or storms, will there be a good chance of encountering such monsters, but that would be very dangerous. Apart from scaly murlocs who can climb, there are also legends at sea of Nagas that have the upper body of a human while their bottom half is that of a snake. They have 6 arms and are very agile. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Eland continued on the topic. There are also giant octopuses which can spit out juices that can corrode a lot of people, terrifying sea monsters that can flip a boat with a gentle blow, mermaids with intoxicating songs that make one unwilling to leave, blue giant dragons that can produce lightning, giant birds with wings that can cause hurricanes. Haha, I've never seen any of these before. They're all legends of the sea, and no one knows whether they're real or fake. Mermaids. Klein's expression didn't change. Very interesting, Donna exclaimed, fascinated with a look of longing. Denton looked around, and seeing that Klein hadn't spoken, he curiously asked, "Uncle, you're an adventurer too. Have you seen such monsters before?" Klein was stunned for a moment and then gave a faint smile. "Once. Back then, there were 5 of us, and we chanced upon one, a single murloc. After an intense fight, we finally finished it." This was a real experience of his in Tingen City. It was also his first encounter with an official Beyonder who had lost control. At that time, he and old Neil had helped to eliminate a mutated sailor at the request of Swain, the old owner of the Evil Dragon Bar. Thinking of this, Klein felt nostalgic and wistful. The cold and sharp expression on his face couldn't help but soften significantly. 5 people? While asking, Donna secretly counted the number of people who had been involved in the battle. 1, 2, 3. She discovered that only 3 people had taken action to kill the murloc. Without waiting for Klein's response, Eland said with a hint of surprise, "A chance encounter?" "Yes," Klein answered frankly. "Were there any casualties?" Eland pressed. Klein shook his head. "A few minor injuries. A chance encounter, and you only took 5 people to finish a murloc. All of you are very powerful." Cleves gave his own evaluation. His companion, Cecile, nodded to express her astonishment. The battle that had happened just now was brief and quick, and the murloc seemed easy and vulnerable, but she and Cleves both knew very well that without the pre-prepared bait, the hallucinatory effects of the pepper granules and the subsequent fatigue, the murloc's fatal weakness of mint cream, and the 2 borrowed rifles, it was impossible to imagine how many people would die in order to kill a murloc. Indeed, very powerful. Eland looked thoughtfully at Klein. It was a team formed of 4 sequence 9s and a sequence 8. Klein said with a half smile and a half sigh, "At that time, I was still very young, and I didn't even have any experience in combat. I was purely support." "Uncle, you're still very young." Donna nodded her head vigorously. "I like what you said." Klein keenly noticed that Captain Eland had relaxed a lot from what he had just said. At this moment, several crew members had brought over a large ceramic plate. On top of it were pieces of meat that had been fried to a golden hue. The basil leaves were sprinkled with color, and a captivating fragrance assaulted their noses. Eland raised his glass of Sonia blood wine and offered a toast. "To a beautiful night. May the storm be with us." "To a beautiful night." Donna and Denton cheered and sipped their sweet iced tea. Klein chose to clink glasses with a cup of black tea. He forked a piece of meat from the murloc's ribs, finding it firm and without fat. However, after absorbing the vegetable oil, its flaw of being too dry was remedied. As he chewed, it emanated a limitlessly chewy consistency and fragrance. "It's really inferior to the cheek meat, but it's already good enough. It's better than all the fish I've eaten while in Backland and Pritz Harbor." Klein praised in satisfaction. Eland put down the knife and fork in his hands, took a sip of Sonia blood wine, and sighed at the topic. At sea, the greatest danger doesn't stem from the monsters but those pirates. They helm their ships, going wherever they please. No one can defend against them in advance. "Uncle Captain, will we encounter pirates?" Denton asked with concern as he swallowed the fried fish. Eland laughed. "The route to the Rorstad archipelago is the safest in the world, with colonial islands en route every 2 to 3 days, allowing us to dock. The route is also patrolled by ships from the Imperial Navy and the Church of Storms. Even if pirates come wandering here, they wouldn't do anything too excessive. After seeing our cannons, they would at most extort some compensation. Seeing that the 2 underage children had calmed down, Eland added, but from the south of the Rorstad archipelago, or as we continue east, we'll have to rely on the Lord's blessing. Many pirates are active in these areas, playing hide-and-seek with the ships of the Navy and Church. If we're lucky, we'll be able to reach the southern continent and every destination very smoothly. But if we aren't lucky, we'll encounter some relatively powerful pirates, including the fleet of the 7 pirate admirals and even the 4 kings. However, you don't have to be too worried. Ever since Nast became the king of the 5 seas and enacted the rules of sea passage, most pirates will only rob you clean of your wealth, without doing anything too overboard. Around this area, we're most afraid of encountering the captain of the Black Tulip, Admiral Hell Ludwell. He'll get his subordinates to kill everyone on board, throwing the innocents into hell. Next would be Admiral of Blood Seigneur. He loves blood, and he allows his subordinates to partake in heinous acts. Many girls have suffered under them before being sold to different islands. Donna trembled as she subconsciously changed the topic. I heard that there are a lot of treasures at sea. There are legends of treasures, but most of them are fake. Eland glanced at Cleves and said, there are 6 stories which are the most famous. Ranked first is the Death's Key. Rumor has it that at the end of the 4th epic, Death, who had caused the Pale disaster, was attacked by the 7 gods and ended up perishing. He attempted to return to the southern continent and created a raging stormy wave, an impassable barrier. It completely obstructed the sea route between the northern and southern continents. This is the origin legend of the Berserk Sea. However, he eventually failed to return to the southern continent and ended up vanishing in the sea. When he said this, Eland sighed with pangs of yearning. It's said that in some secret place in the Berserk Sea, the treasure left behind by Death is waiting for the person holding the specific key to find it and open it, but no one knows what the key looks like, or where it will appear. Ranked second is the Fountain of Unaging. It's deep in the Sonia Sea. Rumor has it that one of the 4 kings, King of Immortality, Agalido, had drunk the waters of the Fountain of Unaging. Fountain of Unaging? Will you really gain eternal youth if you drink it? Donna widened her eyes and asked curiously. She didn't have any feelings of anticipation, because she was still young enough. Eland didn't answer at once, and instead, he forked a piece of fried Murloc rib meat, tore into it in 2 bites, and took a sip of Sonia wine. The sweet and smooth taste has completely nullified the cloyed taste of fried oil. His eyes were half closed, and he looked like a gourmet. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly answered Donna's question. I don't know if there's a Fountain of Unaging, nor am I certain if the King of Immortality, Agalido, drank its waters. I only know one thing, and that is, that when I was very young, I heard the legend of this pirate king. It's just like how King of the 5 Seas, Nast, seems to live forever. Their beards must be very long, extending beyond than their chests. Denton gave his opinion. In fact, the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, has a beard that only reaches below his neck. He sits on the deck, draped in a black splendid robe with silver ends. He wears a crown that's 2 times taller than his head and overlooks everything like a deity. Eland's tone gradually lowered as though his memories had entered a quagmire, and he was unable to extricate himself. Uncle Captain, have you ever met the King of the 5 Seas? Donna asked excitedly. This was the most legendary pirate. His name traveled through the sea, and even the children of the port cities knew his name. Whole generations of people grew up listening to stories about him. In a sense, many people view Nast as the true pirate king. I remember one of the conditions for advancement for Dark Emperor is to equate one's name with Emperor, entrenching it deep in the hearts of the people. Is this an early or simplified version of an attempt? I wonder what sequence the King of the 5 Seas is at now. Although Klein was focused on sampling the Murloc meat, his mind whirled as a result of the group's discussion. Faced with Donna's question, Eland said with a sigh, at that time, I was still very young and serving on the William V. Once, our fleet tried to cross the Strait of Calamity in the Berserk Sea and encountered the Dark Emperor's ship there. In those few minutes, everyone, including the fleet captain, lost the will to fight. Fortunately, Nast didn't give the order to attack us. Very cool, the boy Denton cheered, his eyes shining. Elan didn't continue the topic. He smiled and said, as for King of Immortality, Agalito, I've never met him in real life. I only know that his bounty notice depicts a pale middle-aged man. How pale? Let me give an example you can understand. It's like he's been dead for some time, a corpse which is just beginning to rot. When Donna and Denton heard this analogy, they subconsciously looked at the badly mutilated Murloc's corpse and involuntarily quivered their throats. Of course, the most important thing in a bounty notice isn't the looks. It's the bounty reward. In loan alone, Agalito is worth 100,000 pounds. And his bounty is the lowest among the 4 kings. Elan diverted the topic and said, let's continue the stories about treasure. Ranked third is the inheritance of the Solomon Empire. In the 4th epoch, when that massive empire was dissolved and destroyed, the royalty brought treasures that even the gods would be jealous of onto a ship. They steered it deep into the Fog Sea, awaiting the opportunity to rebuild their dynasty. However, 500 years passed, 1,000 years passed, and 1,500 years passed, but it ultimately didn't appear. Rumor has it that the king of the 5 seas, Nast, inherited parts of the Solomon Empire's inheritance. No one knows if he's a descendant of the real Dark Emperor, Cecile added with interest. Fog Sea? Western shore of the northern continent? Donna thought back to her geography. Right, Cleves responded simply. West of the northern continent was the Fog Sea, to its east was the Sonia Sea, south was the Berserk Sea, and north was the North Sea. The east and west sides of the southern continent were similar to the northern continent, while south of it was the Polar Sea. Together, they formed the 5 seas. The Loam Kingdom was backed by the Hornacis mountain range and the inland mid-seashore. Its eastern face was the Sonia Sea, and it stretched south to Desi Bay. It occupied several of the excellent entrances to the Berserk Sea, but it didn't involve the Fog Sea. Is that so? Donna didn't have much interest in the faraway treasure, so she switched focus and asked, what about the 4th treasure? It belongs to the last empire of the 4th epoch, Trunsoist. Rumor has it that they built a huge ship the size of a city, and they transferred all their treasures onto it. Funny enough, their escape was of no use. Although the predetermined passengers and crew didn't fail to arrive at the port in time, none of them survived. However, that ship vanished by itself. Up to this day, people often claim to see a gigantic ship sail by them silently in a foggy night. It's been called the Spectre Empire, and it appears across the Sonia Sea. This is the conclusion from all those stories. Eland looked up at the red moon hanging high in the sky as he said with a tone of mockery, without any disguise of his longing. Perhaps we will see it pass us by tomorrow night, no, tonight. Donna thought with anticipation and excitement. Klein finished up the rest of his food, drank his black tea, and listened with interest to what Eland had to say about the rest of the treasures. The 5th is the lost city of Nuance. Rumor has it that at the bottom of the Fog Sea, there's a civilization with intelligent creatures. Around that patch of sea, seafarers and adventurers often find special items which all point to the Nuance of ancient times. However, the members of this civilization have yet to appear. It's like it has been lost to this world. Elan drank the remaining of his Sonia blood wine and said, that is an inheritance left behind by a civilization. The magnitude of its wealth is absolutely unimaginable. After pausing for 2 seconds, Eland put down his glass and laughed. In fact, the treasure I look forward to the most is one which has more accounts than legends, the sunken laurel. More than a century ago, it carried gold, jewelry, and various valuable items that the kingdom obtained from East Balam. As it steered away from the sea route, it sunk in an unknown area somewhere between the Berserk Sea and Sonia Sea. It hasn't been found to this day. It's said that the items on board are worth millions of pounds. Millions of pounds? The number caused Donna to blurt out in astonishment. As a merchant's daughter who had been educated for many years, she had a vague understanding as to what this number represented. In Lone, a millionaire was a genuinely rich person, second only to the top noble families and tycoons. Millions of pounds? As a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, a major shareholder in the Klein company, Mrs. Mary, who allowed me to join the Quelag Club for free, is only worth a few £100,000, and even so, she's rich enough even in the circle of aristocrats and merchants. She's a popular divorced lady, and there are even aristocratic children who propose to her. Klein quickly found a target for comparison. Eland sighed with a smile. If I can find the sunken laurel, then I don't have to be a captain anymore. I'll head to Backland and become a philanthropist. I'll purchase land and donate to political parties and get a hereditary aristocratic title. I've heard Talum mention before that a baronet costs about £300,000 and about £800,000 for a baron. If you manage to get your hands on the treasure, the titles of Viscount and even Earl is something within the limits of imagination. Millions of pounds. Klein helped Eland perfect his plan. If it were me, I wouldn't do that. I'll buy a huge manor. Cecile also began to imagine her life after finding the treasure. I want to hire many servants and helpers, plant large tracts of wheat, build vineyards, make wine for myself. Also, I want to have a room where I can sunbathe, have leisurely moving cows, sheep, and horses, and have bread from my own mill, just like a beautiful picturesque scene. Eland laughed when he heard that. Ma'am, do you know how much a manor like this is worth? No, I don't. Cecile shook her head. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. It's only a few £1,000s. If you find the sunken laurel, you can buy 1,000 of those manors. Eland used exact numbers to illustrate the value of the treasure. 1,000 manors? Cecile couldn't help but raise her cup and drink a mouthful of black tea. Before this, she had known that several £1,000,000 was a lot of money, but she hadn't expected it to be this much. In order to alleviate the shock in her heart, she looked at Cleves and said, "Boss, if you find the sunken laurel, what do you plan on buying?" "No, what sort of life do you wish to have?" Cleves fell silent for a moment before saying, "Return home. I'll hug my wife and children, telling them that I no longer need to go on an adventure out at sea again." Not a bad guy. Klein nodded slightly. Donna looked at him curiously. "Uncle Adventurer, what about you?" Klein replied expressionlessly, "Tell myself not to sleep anymore. Hurry up and wake up." Pfft. Donna spat out the sweet iced tea she'd just drunk, but fortunately, the fried fish on the table had already been eaten. At this moment, Klein sighed inwardly. Even though I know it's basically impossible to find the treasure, otherwise, the various churches would have already done it with all the powerhouses they have. But when discussing such topics, I couldn't help but get excited. This is the charm of treasure. Even if it was just a legend, it can attract many adventurers. Donna wiped her mouth and sat down like a lady, as though she wasn't the one who had lost her composure. The little boy, Denton, asked, still eager for more, "Are there any other legends of treasure?" Eland looked at Cleves, indicating that he should answer. Cleves calmly drank a mouthful of black tea and said in a deep voice, "There are countless treasures at sea. The hidden lands of the elves, the missing pirate ships in the depths of the fog, the underwater cities sealed with powerful monsters, the last secret trove of Emperor Roselle, and so on." Ah? The Emperor had already reached the level of leaving treasures and legends for others. If it's true, would there be cards of blasphemy in it? How many would there be? The legend of the Key of Death might help Mr. Azek regain more of his memories. Klein thought with curiosity and anticipation. After the talk about the legends of treasures that had inspired generations of adventurers to go to sea came to an end, the cook had also finished roasting the flesh of the Murloc's belly. They were white after being cooked, charred a little black, and covered with tiny brown particles that glistened with a moist, oily glow. The repeated smearing of seasonings had already seeped into the texture of the meat, effusing it with a tantalizing visual effect. Desi grilled fish, it's different from how you usually eat it. Eland pointed at the white porcelain plate the cook lowered. Donna held her fork and knife and eagerly said, I love honey-roasted fish. But this is also very appetizing. Honey-roasted fish? How much honey would that take? If I have a chance to try it, the taste should be pretty good. Klein allowed his imagination to run wild. With a chef, there was no need for them to serve themselves. They could only look on expectantly as pieces of fish were sliced, placed on different plates, and served in front of them. Klein was very serious when it came to tasting delicacies, so he was in no hurry to deal with the fish. Instead, he took a sip of black tea and used the slightly sour liquid to clear his mouth of any remaining flavors. After doing all of this, he forked a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. In a split second, he felt the slightly stimulating flavors of fennel, basil, and other spices. They were sufficient enough to help him open up one taste bud after another. Immediately after, the delicious juices of the meat, the slightly astringent taste of the sea salt and the refreshing, sour, and sweet taste of lemon all burst out at the same time, filling his oral cavity and making his mouth water. As he chewed, the last bit of the fish meat's stubbornness was broken off one by one after having its fat roasted out of it, fully presenting the splendor of the meat, as well as its faint sweetness. Swallowing the fish in his mouth, Klein recalled a delicacy program he had watched in his previous life and chose the evaluation line that matched what he just felt. The layered flavors are very clear, excellent. Haha, your tone and words make you sound like a gourmet, Elan joked. Donna waved her fork and echoed, Uncle, perhaps you should write a column in the newspaper about different restaurants and different cuisines. Why didn't I think of this idea? This is a good job that can earn me money, as well as allowing me to taste delicacies. The only problem is that an obese man can't be a flexible clown. Use the great art of spewing vomit? What a waste of food. Klein seriously considered Donna's suggestion. To a beautiful night. When there was very little food left, Eland poured himself some more of the Sonia blood wine and raised his glass with a ruddy face. Klein and the others echoed in similarly good moods, to a beautiful night. They drank the rest of the liquids from their glasses and watched the waiter clear the table and clean the deck. They talked for a while more amidst the cold wind, talking about the mermaids that Donna was most interested in. Clevis told the young lady that, in some legends, mermaids were also called sirens, and they used their songs to confuse humans not for entertainment but for hunting. Aside from the possibility of encountering these creatures on the sea route from the Gargas archipelago to the depths of the Sonia Sea, there was a certain chance of discovering it in dangerous seas that haven't been explored by humans. However, all of this stemmed from the drunken boasting of certain pirates, and they all avoided the question of how they escaped from the mermaid's songs, which made it highly suspicious. No matter what, this at least points me in a possible direction. Klein took note of what they had discussed. Donna, Denton, it's time to go back. You'll have to get up early tomorrow and have breakfast with your parents. Cecile looked at the moon's position. Fine. Donna stood up reluctantly. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Denton hurriedly asked, Do I have a chance at becoming an adventurer? His mind had been captivated by the previous hunt and the legends. Clevis walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and said, Before you ask this question, you need at least 5 years of combat training and studying. I think your father will hire a good tutor for you. Yeah. Denton's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. After 5 years, the adult you probably won't want to be an adventurer who can find himself buried at the bottom of the sea at any time. Clevis's handling of the situation was very shrewd. He didn't immediately refuse him, but rather he gave him hope and let time wash away his interest. This prevents the child from becoming suddenly rebellious. Regardless, mastering a fighting technique is always beneficial for anyone. Klein put his hands in his pockets and thought with appreciation. On the way back to the interior of the cabin, Clevis handed 2 5-pound notes to Klein. Your payment. He had just received £150 from Elan's purchase of the whole Murloc. I didn't do anything, Klein instinctively refused. Cleves glanced at him with his pale blue eyes and said in a low voice, "You freed up Cecile and took good care of the children." Took good care of the children? Klein was somewhat amused, but he finally took the 2 bills and drew a triangle on his chest. "You're more generous than I thought." "Thank you." He stopped declining because he suddenly figured out something. If he hadn't accepted the £10, then in the eyes of a veteran adventurer like Cleves, it would appear as though he was dissatisfied with the price and was attempting to get more, making it possible that he would attack them at any time. Among self-proclaimed adventurers, there was definitely no lack of greedy madmen. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow pocket the money, Cleves looked away and said flatly, "This is a rule of the sea." Without another word, he followed Cecile, Donna, and company into the cabin. "If I could get such rewards with every single mission and job of this difficulty, then I would have long made a fortune with my job as a private detective." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and turned his head to look at the red moon hanging high in the sky. It still shone quietly and gently in the night. Legends of the sea, different monsters. "I've finally found the slight feeling of being an adventurer." Klein turned around and walked to the edge of the ship. Bathing in the crimson veil, he admired the waves that were growing darker. Gradually, his mood settled as he walked out bit by bit from the gloom of Bakland's great smog. The cold, damp wind slapped his face, and the vast, endless ocean caught his eye, opening up his heart. For a moment, Klein felt the urge to sing, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't remember the corresponding modern verses. "I can't just end up saying, 'Oh sea, you're all water.'" The Emperor's Savant sequence is really well suited to doing such things. When I have the time, I should read through his poems so as to not look like illiterate. Klein lampooned as he looked at the red moon and the ocean before sighing. What a beautiful night. After an accidental episode of getting lost, the exploratory team returned to the City of Silver. Looking at the wall's cracks filled with weeds, Derek found himself in a trance, as if he had been gone for many years. Diagonally behind him, Demon Hunter Collins' eyes suddenly wore a lost look as he raised his hand to press on his right temple. The rest of the team members were filled with joy and relief from the bottom of their hearts. After a difficult exploration, having a home waiting for them was the happiest thing in their hearts. Collins' gaze returned to normal as he turned his head to the side and looked diagonally ahead. Bakland, the White family. After some thought, the confident Emlyn came up to his parents and asked, "If I wanted to delve into the history of us sanguine, who would I look for?" "If I were to ask about the City of Silver directly, it's very likely that I'll be exposed for being problematic. Although I'm not afraid and very calm, for the ancestor and in order to save the entire sanguine race, I have no choice but to hide it. I've always been interested in the history of sanguine. I've collected a lot of information, and father and mother know that, so I wouldn't be suspected in any way." This excuse is perfect. Emlyn praised himself inwardly. He resembled his father to a certain extent. He wore gold-rimmed glasses that made him look very professional. The gentleman, who had gotten his doctorate in medicine, put down the thick anatomy book in his hands, nudged his glasses, and said, "No one in Bakland knows more than Lord Nibs." If I dared to seek Lord Nibs, I would have long done so. Emlyn thought of Mr. Fool's description of him being a messiah, that had to bear the burden of a secret while being misunderstood, as he pressed with a solemn expression, "Aside from Lord Nibs? He's sleeping underground, so it's not convenient for him to be disturbed." Emlyn's father pulled up the collar of his thick cotton pajamas and thought for a moment. "Way Mandy. He always thinks of himself as a historian." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "I wish to visit him." Woo! The whistle sounded and the white agate sailed into Demir Harbor. It would replenish fresh food and water on the colonial island and set sail again the next morning. After hunting the Murloc, Klein spent the next 2 days of what could be described as a leisurely or boring life. He was completely bored by the scenery of the sea, and he decided to head to the harbor's bar to look around that very night, hoping to get more information on mermaids and inspiration for acting. If I were to come across a pirate whose hands are stained with blood onshore, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. There are still souls waiting to be released from creeping hunger. Klein's forehead sweated as he equipped himself with all his mystical items as he left his cabin before heading down to the harbor. During this process, he met Donna, Cleves, and the others. They seemed to be heading over to a port restaurant to taste Demir's most famous cured meat. Donna and Denton greeted the adventurer, whom they had just gotten to know, without their parents noticing, and seemed curious as to where he was going. Klein smiled back, pulled up his collar, and, following the directions of the sign, found the nearest bar. Flying Fish and Wine. Klein looked at the signboard and saw that the outside of the bar was plastered with bounty notices. Among them were the £800,000 belonging to the King of the Five Seas, and more than £100 for the common pirate captain. This formed a unique landscape that ranged from the highest to the lowest. It's all money. Klein stood on the spot and looked at it for a long time. He withdrew his gaze, pushed open the door, and entered the bar, only to find that it was abnormally quiet. It didn't have the din that such places came equipped with. What happened? Klein looked around and saw Captain Eland, in a dark red coat, sitting at the bar, as well as two large men in the middle of the room, facing each other. The standoff was between a brawny man in a blue-white striped shirt, a symbol of the Navy. Despite the weather being at near zero temperatures, he had his arms bare. He held a dagger against the throat of the man opposite him, but his glabella was being pointed at by an ancient musket, one which could have been placed in a museum. The musket's owner was also more than 1.8 meters tall, with strong muscles and an oily face. He had shaved his hair, and with a sea eagle tattoo, he cursed, "T Navy sailor. No one in Demir Harbor would dare slander me as a pirate's informant." The Navy sailor didn't yield to him, and both sides fully illustrated the rich profanities of the sea. Klein observed for a few seconds, then he walked around the edge to Captain Eland, who had a straight sword at his waist and a hidden musket on his body. He asked in a calm and casual manner, "What happened?" "A quarrel between two drunkards. In Demir Harbor and in the surrounding waters, there's always been such rumors that Sea Eagle Logan is in service of the master of the Black Tulip." The Navy sailor had mentioned this a moment ago, and Sea Eagle just happened to hear that. The master of the Black Tulip? Isn't that Admiral Hal Ludwell? Klein turned and sat down on the high stool in front of the bar counter. He tapped the wooden countertop. "1 glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. A bronze-skinned bartender with pearly white teeth wiped the cups as he said with zero passion. "When it comes to continental specialties, the prices are much higher than Backland and Tingen." Klein fished out a handful of copper pence, counted 6 pence and gave it to him. At this moment, Logan and the Navy sailor were stopped by the bar's bouncer. After they each spoke harshly to each other, they retreated to different corners. Perhaps it was due to him losing his dignity, the Navy sailor hurriedly left after about 10 seconds. The atmosphere in the bar became lively once again. "Want to play some cards?" Captain Eland pointed to the stairs by the side of the bar. "No." Klein's main purpose for coming was to gather information. Eland subconsciously wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but his cold and sharp demeanor stopped him. He could only pull back his hand and pretend to adjust his dark red coat and remind him, "Don't get the women here." Klein nodded, picked up the glass of Southville beer, and took a swig. "Also, don't trust anyone here. Only a small portion of what they say is true." Eland carried his lanty-proof and stepped onto the stairs that led to the second floor. Klein turned his head to glance at him and asked without a change in expression, "Including you?" "Perhaps." Eland was taken aback at first before he laughed out loud. "At least my reminder just now was real." "Oh, and me being a man is true as well." "Not necessarily. There's a potion called witch in this world." Klein looked away, drinking slowly and listening to the surrounding drinkers boasting. 2 or 3 minutes later, a short, thin man sat down next to Klein with his drink. "Mate, you look like an adventurer." He tilted his head and smiled. The man who greeted him had black hair, blue eyes, and aged facial features. His temperament was rather wretched. "You could say that," Klein replied coldly. I can tell you're a hunter that chases after bounties and riches. The short man looked around and lowered his head, suppressing his voice while he said, have you heard of the Spectre Empire? I've heard of Amway, and I've also heard of the Father in Heaven and the Messiah being sealed at the bottom of the sea. Using the power of Faceless, Klein sent out a signal not to approach him. Yes, a huge, ancient ghost ship full of treasures. We have clues to it, the short man said in an infectious tone. We found some information about where it will appear next. We don't want the pirates or the navy to benefit from it, and we don't want to be robbed of our wealth, so we've decided to hire our own armed merchant ships to wait in that area, which would probably cost about £1,000. I've already found 15 companions and raised £720. Are you interested in participating? Without waiting for Klein to speak, he fumbled for a stack of brownish-yellow letters. I know you won't believe it so easily. In fact, no one will, but after the 15 friends who read through this information, all of them decided to join in on our plan. Do I have such a gullible face? Or would any bumpkin end up in this situation without slipping away from this sort of thing? While Klein was considering whether to appraise the letters, from the corner of his eye, he saw that Sea Eagle Logan, who was previously squabbling, was walking towards him. Woody, you're trying to scam someone again. You damn sewer rat. Logan picked up the short man and threw him into the open space in the middle of the bar, where he landed on the ground, sprawling. The muscular man, with the bluish-green tattoo on his head, sat in the same position as Woody and guffawed. Sorry, these are the rats of our Demir harbor. They always do things that ruin our reputation. In fact, we're all very friendly. If you have anything you want to ask about, don't hesitate to ask me. Heh, don't believe what they say about me. I'm an upright person, and I have nothing to do with Admiral Hell. The more you emphasize that, the more suspicious it becomes. Klein's expression didn't change as he calmly said, I want to know the latest rumors. No problem. Sea Eagle Logan slammed the bar top and said to the bartender, give me a plate of special cured meat. I'll be treating this mate to our most famous delicacy in Demir. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates, better experience please click for visiting. The bartender, while still maintaining his cold expression, pushed open the door and entered the kitchen. Soon, he brought out a plate of red and white, finely cut cured meat. £5. He didn't look at Sea Eagle Logan, and he instead looked straight at Klein. £5. Sea Eagle Logan turned his head to the side, smiling warmly as he raised his arm to show his muscles. Everyone just heard it. In order to thank me, you offered to treat me to some special cured meat. For a moment, Klein didn't realize what had happened. It was only when the bartender urged him a second time that he realized he was being blackmailed. Furthermore, their scam was rather well planned. First they used an easily seen-through farce to let Sea Eagle Logan appear, thereby winning a good impression with the target, then, with the excuse of treating the target, order an especially expensive special cured meat, and then finally, he goes back on his word and turns matters upside down and forcing a sale. It's no wonder that when Rat Woody was thrown out, those drunkards didn't make a sound. They were all afraid of this Logan who's rumored to be in the service of Admiral Hell. How should I deal with this? My present persona is Gehrman Sparrow, a somewhat crazy adventurer and bounty hunter. Klein raised his cup and drank a mouthful of the rich malt-flavored beer and said with his usual tone, why don't you just rob me? Why don't I just rob you? Logan was a little stunned by the question. Soon after, he saw a fist expanding before his face. Thump. Klein's left fist landed on Sea Eagle Logan's chin, knocking him backwards toward the bar counter. With a push of his right palm, Klein nimbly left his chair and approached Logan's falling body. His legs tensed, and his knees jerked upward, slamming into Logan's lower abdomen. Pfft. Logan threw back his head, his eyes bulging while his mouth hung half open. Klein drew his gun, shoved the revolver into the man's mouth, and pulled the hammer back. I am. Logan shouted indistinctly. Klein looked him in the eye, pulled out his revolver, and swung it, striking the side of Logan's face. With the butt of the gun. Logan's teeth fell out one after another, and his mouth was stained with blood. Faced with such a heavy blow and a pain that exceeded his limits, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Klein propped him up and pulled a handful of loose bills and coins out of his pocket. Since he estimated that there wasn't more than £5 with just a glance, Klein threw them on the bar and calmly said, "Keep the change." The bartender's bronze face turned slightly pale as he shouted in panic, "My boss's white shark." Without looking at him, Klein released his hand and allowed Sea Eagle Logan to fall to the ground. Then he sat down again, forked up a piece of cured meat, and stuffed it in his mouth to taste it. He found it rather unique as the flavors of the condiments spread out in wisps, scratching at his belly and throat. After eating 2 pieces, he looked up and asked, "Does your boss know that you're colluding with Sea Eagle?" "No, No." The bartender mumbled an answer. Seeing that Klein had no intention of continuing his attacks and had paid the bill so quickly, the bouncers who had gathered nearby silently retreated. Klein took a sip of his wine, glanced at Sea Eagle Logan on the ground, and calmly said to the bartender, "He's Ludwell's informant." "How much is his bounty worth?" "No, he's not." The bartender shook his head and said, "This is just something he says about himself, the information he spread himself. That Navy sailor from before was hired by him. That's the only way to make everyone here afraid of him." Upon hearing this answer, the drinkers at the bar all put down their glasses in surprise. Some of the drunkards even staggered over to Logan and spat in his face. "Pooey! Pooey! Pooey!" Many drinkers followed suit. Klein lowered his head again and said while eating the special cured meat, "Tell me about the recent rumors." The bartender breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped his glass and gave an intermittent account of the rumors in the past 2 months. Some of them were what Klein had heard before, and there were also things he just learned. The Imperial Navy's ironclad warship, Pritz, had destroyed a passing pirate crew during routine training. Panic over the behemoth's cannons has begun to spread among the small and medium-sized pirate powers. Some of them even wished to take advantage of the ironclad warship fleets in co-op form to madly commit crimes before withdrawing from this trade with a sum of money. The sea wouldn't be peaceful for the next 6 months to a year. Admiral of Blood Senior and Rear Admiral Dusk Bulatov Yoan had a conflict in the southern waters of Sonia Island, and each of them lost 2 ships in the massive skirmish. Klein listened without asking questions, and he gradually filled his stomach. Seeing that the plate containing the special cured meat had been emptied and having finished the rest of his beer, he slowly stood up. "Remember today's lesson." Klein handed the plate to the bartender. The bartender was about to reach out when the hair at the back of his head was grabbed. Bang! Klein shoved him down hard, knocking the bartender's head against the bar top, sending splinters flying and blood gushing. The customers all tried to avoid the impact, and the bouncers rushed over quickly. After doing all of this, Klein clapped his hands and picked up his own glass, trying to pour the rest of the beer onto the bartender's head. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Klein silently gave up. He turned around and bent down, grabbed Sea Eagle Logan, and threw him to the bouncers who were rushing over. Taking advantage of the moment when the bouncers were dodging and the bar being in chaos, Klein quickly ran, agilely circling around them, and easily left flying fish and wine. He pushed down his hat and quickly proceeded forward, turning towards a neighboring street. After continuously changing directions, he suddenly slowed down his pace, and a gold coin appeared in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving around in his fingers as if it was scouting something. Ding! The gold coin quietly flipped up, tumbled down, and firmly lay in the palm of Klein's hand. Lowering his head to glance if it was heads or tails, Klein spun his heel and smoothly turned into a quiet, dark alley. The wind by the sea was cold and strong, and it caused a convection in the area, propelling his coat up without him realizing it and causing his half-top hat to almost fall off. Suddenly, Klein stopped, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." His eyes were sharp as he stared at the shadow around the corner. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, a figure emerged from the shadows. He chuckled and said, "Very sharp." It was a man in a black cloak, approximately 30 years of age, and his eyebrows were charred yellow while his dark blue eyes were bright. His face wasn't too chiseled, as though he was from the areas south of Intis, Lemberg, and Seeger. As soon as he saw him, a picture flashed in Klein's mind. As he entered the Flying Fish and Wine, he had professionally looked around for anyone he needed to pay attention to. The answer at the time was no. The man had been drinking like a sailor and watching curiously from the side. He was no different from the other guests, and his appearance wasn't distinctive, but his black cloak had left a certain impression on Klein, allowing him to recognize the person who tailed him in an instant. "What do you want?" Klein, who was maintaining his persona, bent down slightly, like a huge feline ready to pounce. The man in the black cloak laughed once again. "The fighting technique and handling method that you displayed just now was very consistent with my taste. I chased after you to ask if you're interested in joining us." Although that guy named Logan was indeed pretending to be an informant of Ludwell, White Shark Hamilton does have connections with many pirates. He's a character with a shady background, so he'll definitely take your act of beating up one of his men at the bar to heart. There will definitely be problems for you in the future, and I can help you resolve this problem. You're an adventurer, so it's necessary for you to have dreams of treasure. As for us, we're people who banded together in a bid to seek treasure such as the Spectre Empire, Solomon's Inheritance, the Secret of the Fountain of Unaging, the Death's Key, the Sunken Laurel, and Roselle's treasure while traveling the 5 seas. Today, although we haven't accomplished any of our main goals, we found many missing pirate ships. Heh, what I said does sound like what that rat had said, right? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. He cleared his throat and said, "Frankly speaking, we're a band of pirates formed from a group of adventurers, but we only plunder merchant and passenger ships when we're especially poor, and we don't harm the innocent. Our main focus is on finding treasures, and we often reap harvests. And I kid you not, I once slept on a bed formed of gold coins. If we run into any other pirate ships, just showing them our prowess wins us some compensation. By the way, our captain has decreed that before we recruit new people, we have to explain our creed and remuneration." "Creed? Your captain is a little interesting." Klein deliberately softened his tension to see if the enemy would take the opportunity to attack. The black-cloaked man smiled in a relaxed manner. "What I said previously was our creed, and now, let me talk about the remuneration." This fellow is quite confident. Although he wasn't a spectator, Klein could tell that he was very confident and that he was completely unfazed by the scene in front of him. "We don't have any weekly salaries or annuity, but once we find treasure, or obtain riches from plundering, they'll be distributed according to our ranks. Under normal circumstances, when our luck is still pretty good, the lowest-ranking sailor can earn about £200 to £300 a year. I heard that this would make one a member of the middle class on land." "Heh, if we find the Sunken Laurel, all of us will become tycoons," the black-cloaked man casually introduced. "According to our ranks, we would get different days off every month, but they can only be accumulated together and done in a staggered fashion." As he spoke, he suddenly cursed softly. Dodge *T, just the year before, we missed a good chance of finding the Spectre Empire because Captain was on holiday. Pirates have annual leave? Klein found it somewhat surprising. He could only feel the pirate crew's comedic intensity from the man's description, reminding him of the humorous Somali pirate recruitment advertisements he had seen in his previous life. Seeing that Klein appeared shocked by his words, the black-cloaked man added with a smile, "As an adventurer, are you still chasing after the powers that transcend nature as told in legends? As long as you join us, you'll have a chance to possess them." Having said that, he coughed and said, "I forgot to introduce myself." His expression turned solemn, no longer looking as jocular as he was before. Rear Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards' subordinate, 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, Blazing Danitz. After reporting his title, real name, and identity, Danitz waited patiently for the look of panic and fear to appear on Klein's face. After a second, he heard the adventurer, who acted somewhat crazily despite looking refined and polite, say in a low voice, "Blazing Danitz with a bounty of £3,000. Danitz was about to reply when he had the illusion that the man standing in the dark alley had turned into an indescribable, hungry monster, salivating over his soul and flesh. He suddenly clenched his fists, his body no longer as relaxed as it had been earlier. He was so tense that he was trembling slightly. His intuition told him that he was facing an abyss filled with madness and bloodlust. In this state, Danitz had no idea how much time had passed until the other party spoke again. "Why are you here?" I am on vacation." Blazing Danitz's dignity made him scorn to answer this question, but his instinct made him spit out the reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the man retract his gaze, the hunger to gnaw on his flesh and soul disappearing. He stood where he was and watched as the young adventurer in a black coat and a silk half-top hat turned around and walked to the other end of the alley. He stopped when he was about to turn the corner, and turning his head, he asking, "Where's White Shark?" He lives at 1 Wall Avenue, but he spends most of his time on the second floor of the Flying Fish and Wine. "It's no different today," Blazing Danitz answered truthfully. Only when the figure disappeared into the distance did Danitz straighten his back and take off his cloak. What a terrifying fellow. He sighed silently. Following that, he found his thoughts and muttered to himself, "I have to inform Captain that there's another terrifying person at sea. This is a guy who looks like a gentleman on the outside, but he has a heart like a lunatic's. If one doesn't have the determination and confidence to kill him, it's best not to deal with him." Danitz pulled up his black cloak's hood and decided to return to the hotel for some sleep. He planned to wait until the telegraph office opened the next morning before relaying the message to his middleman contact in the Rorstad archipelago. As for what would happen to White Shark, he didn't care at all. In the corner of another quiet street, Klein stood in the shadows, looking down at the black glove on his left hand. He found that, although creeping hunger had been sealed by Mr. Azek, its thirst for flesh and soul still intrinsically existed and was trying to manifest itself. Under normal circumstances, Klein wasn't worried that the sealed item would produce any problems, but when he had the urge to kill someone, the corresponding influence he would receive was enough to let that hunger which could lash back at him emanate. Earlier, when he heard that Danitz was a famous pirate on the bounty list, killing intent instantly rose inwardly out of his yearning desire, causing creeping hunger to become as active as a fish in water. Fortunately, Klein always had good self-control in this aspect. From his words, he was able to judge that he wasn't a pirate who was riddled with sin, so he easily restrained his impulse. With creeping hunger, Gehrman Sparrow's persona will be flawless. Klein paused for a few seconds, took out a gold coin and performed 2 divinations. First, he divined if Blazing Danitz was lying, and second, if White Shark Hamilton was able to cause harm to him. The first revelation showed that there was no need for Blazing Danitz to lie, and the second one showed that White Shark Hamilton was unable to cause harm to him. Klein put away the gold coin, pressed down his hat, and while doing so, he swept his palm down and touched his face. He instantly changed his appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. Then, Klein unbuttoned his overcoat and pulled up the inner shirt so that it was no longer stuffed into his trousers. After a simple change of his attire, Klein, who didn't carry a cane, began sweating. His lips were dry as he identified the direction and headed back to the Flying Fish and Wine bar. On the way, he met Blazing Danitz again. The man only glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze and headed for the hotel opposite the bar. After inspecting the bounty wall, Klein calmly reached out with his hand, pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since he escaped. In the bar, most of the customers had dispersed, but there were still a lot of drunkards gathered here to watch the show. Their eyes swept over the new guest, but they all withdrew it soon after, and Klein made his way unimpeded to the bar counter. He saw the bartender standing with frightened eyes beside a fat man, his forehead heavily bandaged with white bandages, his nostrils stuffed with tissue paper, and his face was bruised. The fatty was tall and big. His skin was fair and he looked like a big white shark that had swam itself ashore. He touched his shiny bald head and said to Eland, who was wearing a dark red jacket and a straight sword, "Someone told me that you know that guy. There are only 3 passenger ships that docked today, so there won't be many unfamiliar outsiders. Don't try to lie. Eland patted the hilt of his sword and smiled casually. Yes, he is my passenger. But the problem today clearly stemmed from your people. So I just want him to come back here, apologize to me, and compensate me for the damage done to the bar, the tall, big-sized white fatty said with a frown. Eland laughed and said, White Shark, I have a proverb from my hometown, don't hate wild dogs that pass by just because of the rats in the storehouse. Just Eland, is this your answer? White Shark Hamilton narrowed his eyes. Eland gripped the wooden handle of the musket, took a step forward, and said with a deep voice, Yes, this is my answer. Captain sure has his way of doing things. Klein was slightly surprised at Eland's response. After staring at each other for a few seconds, White Shark Hamilton took in a deep breath. You've helped me before, so I don't need an apology. However, he must compensate half of my losses, and you will be the one to pass them on. Good suggestion. Eland smiled. White Shark Hamilton's face darkened as he looked around. He suddenly threw out his hand, slapping the bartender in the face. The bartender flew out, all his teeth dropping to the floor. Klein quietly watched from 5 meters away, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Bam! The bartender fell to the ground, writhing in pain. White Shark Hamilton snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the second floor, stepping on the creaking wooden stairs. After the excitement was over, the drunkards dispersed one by one. Unaffected, Captain Eland and the others returned upstairs to continue playing cards. Klein took the opportunity to follow. He returned to Flying Fish and Wine, not to deal with White Shark who didn't pose any threat to him but rather to simply get more information from the owner of the bar, who was connected to many pirate factions. After all, he had named his new identity Gehrman, which secretly implied hunting pirates whose hands were stained with blood. He planned on using their souls, flesh, and beyonder characteristics to replace the souls in creeping hunger who were awaiting their release. There was no gas in Demir Harbor, and the corridor on the second floor was relatively dark. The brass candle stands that were inlaid into each wall flickered and dimmed. Klein observed the surroundings as he wiped his face, silently transforming into one of the bouncers on the first floor. He used illusion creation to compensate for his mismatched attire. After finishing his preparations, he walked towards the room that his spiritual intuition identified as belonging to White Shark Hamilton. He first passed the card room, but he didn't attract anyone's attention. He stopped in front of the bouncers who were guarding the corridor and said in a low voice, There's something going on downstairs again. Holy Lord of Storms, what's happening tonight? A bouncer sighed. I hope those beautiful people don't get hurt, another guard said worriedly. He was referring to the whores who got their business in the bar. They're fine. Klein stepped past the bouncers and knocked on White Shark's door. Who is it? Hamilton warily asked. Boss, it's me. Something happened downstairs again. Klein remembered the information he gleaned while watching the commotion and deliberately hoarsened his voice. Damn it. Hamilton bellowed, Come in and explain to me what happened. Klein turned the doorknob and walked in. When he closed the door, he dispelled the illusion, and the muscles on his face rapidly squirmed, returning to his previous identity, a new customer with blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. You. Hamilton was stunned for a moment before he immediately opened his mouth wide in an attempt to shout loudly. At the same time, many illusory fish scales surfaced on the back of his hand, his originally large and fat body burgeoning. Suddenly, his heart began to beat faster, and a strong instinctive fear seized him by the throat. At this moment, he felt that the stranger standing by the door was a demon that had been starved for many days, repeatedly examining his flesh and soul with an ice-cold, craving look in his eyes. All of a sudden, White Shark Hamilton was gripped by an extreme panic, and he failed to effectively respond. Klein slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He politely smiled. Now, can we talk calmly? The feeling of being stared at by a horrifying monster suddenly disappeared. Hamilton relaxed all of a sudden while his body shriveled up a lot like a punctured balloon. He didn't rashly cry for help as he asked with beads of sweat lining his forehead, "Who are you? What do you want?" "A hunter," Klein answered casually. "I heard that you're connected to a number of pirate factions. I would like to know their respective situations." "No, I'm not." White Shark Hamilton subconsciously denied. He immediately felt the extreme hunger again, and he felt as if the man's eyes were dyed with a dark red layer. Klein inwardly deliberated over his persona and said with a gentlemanly smile, "You have two choices. One is to answer frankly. The second is to be killed by me and then answer honestly." "Killing to channel my spirit?" White Shark Hamilton had heard of similar rumors. He swallowed hard and asked, "Why do you want to know about any of this?" Klein smiled and answered, "I'm a hunter, so I'm chasing after bounties." Hamilton suddenly felt that the man's polite smile was tinged with an indescribable madness, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Are you mad? I've seen many similar adventurers, but all of them have been buried at the bottom of the sea. It's not hard to kill a lone pirate, but can you defend against any further retaliation? The whores in the bar or the seemingly ordinary customers might all be pirate informants. Your friendly accomplice could be bribed at any moment and you'll be shot in the back. The pirates will gather information in advance and surround your ship. Can you protect all the passengers? Can you survive a cannon bombardment? On the sea where there's no room to run, how are you going to survive?" After venting the horror in his heart in one breath, he saw the man, who called himself a hunter, reveal a gentle and kind smile. "Just have them all killed, and then there won't be such a problem." A true madman. White Shark Hamilton immediately took a deep breath and said, "I'm in contact with many pirates, but it's a passive relationship. They need to sell the cash, jewelry, and goods that they plundered in exchange for alcohol, food, fresh water, weapons, and women's comfort. This has to happen through me, but I can only wait here for them. I don't know where their ships pass or where they're going." "What else?" Klein asked calmly. His reply just now was mainly to scare White Shark. As for having revenge sought on him by the pirates, he wasn't worried at all. As a faceless, he might as well find a place to drown himself at the bottom of the sea if they could find him so easily. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. And White Shark Hamilton's throat moved, without immediately giving an affirmative or negative description. He tightly closed his mouth and looked at the gentleman in the half-top hat. The gentleman's eyes were calm and reserved, as though madness was brewing within him. The uneasy silence was like the calm sea surface before a storm, gently resounding, colliding, and fermenting. Finally, Hamilton shifted his gaze away and placed his hand on the desk in frustration. "Yes, I'm still gathering information for them. If there's any urgent information, I'll use the radio transceiver they gave me to alert them." White Shark didn't dare to take the risk and was afraid that the man possessed unique beyonder powers that could determine if he was speaking the truth or if he was saying the whole truth. Radio transceiver? Klein, who had succeeded in laying his bets, sharply caught on to a noun. "That's what they call it when speaking to me. It's like a telegram, but it doesn't require a wire." Hamilton turned and walked over to the gray safe and squatted down. "A wireless telegraph? The pirates possess such advanced technology?" Klein could vaguely guess what the radio transceiver was. He had previously thought of inventing something like this, but when he flipped through relevant magazines, he realized that wireless telegrams had long since appeared. However, it hadn't found its place in the commercial world. The Berserk Sea, which separated the northern and southern continents with its constant thunder and lightning, the chaotic magnetic field, and violent storms, made only a few sea routes accessible. Even if one was equipped with wireless telegraphs, they were almost useless. Similarly, the weather in the Fog Sea and the Sonia Sea had changed drastically, and there were a number of factors that affected electromagnetic transmission. The use of wireless telegrams had been severely restricted. Could it be that there's an enhanced model that can solve some of those problems? Klein watched as White Shark pried open the floor plank in front of the safe and twisted a mechanism to reveal a secret door in the wall. Behind the secret door was a hidden cabinet with 3 levels. On the top level were some documents and bills, a revolver, a new type of half-arm gun, and other weapons, while the bottom layer was filled with complicated black machinery. With just a glance, Klein deduced from his previous life's impression and the information he had gathered previously, that the mechanical construct belonged to a radio transceiver. That's what they call it. It's called a radio transceiver. The news it transmits can be received by similar items as far as the Rorstad archipelago. Any further and it'll depend on the weather and one's luck. Usually, it's very troublesome and limited. Hamilton didn't know much about the machine, and he was vaguely describing the corresponding situation based on his experiences using it and what he had been taught. It's better than the new radio transceivers that are now being commercialized. I wonder who invented it. Klein quietly listened and asked, "Who are they?" He made himself look like a bounty hunter who didn't understand technology. White Shark Hamilton wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Silver Coin Viper Oder, who claims to serve the owner of the Dawn, as well as the intelligence officer of Admiral of Blood, Old Quinn. They appeared together, and I can't be certain if they're working together. Of course, Oder has always only made claims. The owner of the Dawn, that Queen Mystic?" Klein looked away, a gold coin appearing in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving between his fingers before finally leaping into the air and landing. It left White Shark puzzled as he trembled in fear and trepidation. Lowering his head to take a glance, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he suddenly asked, "Who gave you the potion?" "Oh, Old Quinn." Hamilton hesitated but still chose to answer honestly. Klein nodded and no longer asked. He turned and walked towards the door. Thud. The wooden door opened and closed. The figure wearing a black coat disappeared from White Shark's room. Hamilton held his breath, waited for more than 10 seconds, and finally let out a long sigh. He quickly wiped the sweat from his face, placed the radio receiver on the desk, flipped through a codebook, and hurriedly sent a telegram into the distance. "I was targeted by an unfamiliar fellow." Beside the completely engrossed Hamilton, Klein had his hands in his pockets as he quietly watched, taking in the entire frequency spectrum and the passcodes. His departure just now was just a large-scale magic show, more than enough to deal with a low-sequence beyonder like White Shark's sailor pathway. As for the question of whether or not he would be able to remember the details later, a seer didn't need to worry over it. A dream divination was enough to recall everything. Admiral of Blood and his men enjoy killing and love blood. They're passionate about enacting violence against women. Every time they rob a passenger ship, they would always cause a tragedy. This is public information known by everyone, and they themselves were proud of it. They're never stingy with their proclamations. The target of the hunt and the risk involved. I'll give priority to them. Klein thought for a moment and then prepared to leave the room while Hamilton tidied and put away the radio transceiver. He didn't plan on dealing with White Shark for the time being, as he was afraid of disturbing the real prey. Anyways, this kind of fellow who was on land with a fixed territory could be easily dealt with in a letter later since he had dirt on him. Klein's soundless footsteps caused the door to slowly open and then quietly close, bringing in a slight cool breeze.